On the 10th of July 1998, 16-year-old Shanera Mobley gave birth to a daughter at University Medical Center in Jacksonville, Florida. She named the baby Camilla. Although Shanera faced difficult circumstances in her own life, the arrival of her first child represented hope for a better future. She viewed Camilla's birth as an opportunity to change direction and create a more stable life for herself and her newborn daughter. Not long after the birth, a woman wearing medical scrubs entered room 328 and introduced herself as a nurse. To Shanera, the woman appeared to be a hospital employee carrying out routine duties. There was nothing immediately unusual about her presence, and she remained with the young mother for several hours, offering comfort and support during the early hours after delivery. The woman was actually Gloria Williams. Unknown to Shanera, Gloria was experiencing an overwhelming emotional crisis. She had recently suffered a miscarriage, lost custody of her children, and had been living in an abusive relationship. Those events had left her struggling mentally and emotionally. Earlier that day, she had gone to the hospital and stood outside the nursery, looking through the windows at the newborn babies before eventually entering Shanera's room. As time passed, Gloria continued presenting herself as a caring nurse. Eventually, she told Shanera that it was time to take Camilla away briefly so the baby's temperature could be checked. The explanation sounded like a routine medical procedure, giving Shanera no immediate reason to question the request. Trusting the woman standing beside her, she allowed Camilla to be taken from the room. Instead of bringing the infant for a medical examination, Gloria placed the newborn inside a leather bag. She then walked out of the hospital carrying Camilla and left the medical center without being stopped. After leaving Jacksonville, she drove away with the baby. Within a short period, what had begun as a day filled with hope for a teenage mother became the beginning of a devastating kidnapping. Shanera's expectation of starting a new chapter with her daughter ended inside the hospital, while Gloria Williams departed with the child she intended to raise as her own. The abduction marked the beginning of a case that would remain unresolved for many years afterward. Gloria returned to her family with a startling explanation for her absence. She claimed that she had unexpectedly gone into labor while at work and had delivered a baby. To those around her, the story appeared convincing enough, leaving few immediate questions about how the child had suddenly entered her life or whether the circumstances surrounding the birth could be verified. At the hospital, however, a completely different reality was unfolding. Shanera frantically searched for her newborn daughter after realizing the woman posing as a nurse had vanished with the baby. Hospital staff quickly recognized the seriousness of the situation, and law enforcement was called to begin an urgent investigation into the disappearance. Officers interviewed Shanera, medical personnel, and anyone else who might have seen the suspect before she left the facility. Using descriptions provided by Shanera and other witnesses, investigators created a facial composite of the woman believed to have taken the infant. The image was distributed in hopes that someone would recognize the suspect and provide information leading to her identification. Detectives pursued available leads, examined witness accounts, and continued searching for evidence that could reveal where the newborn had been taken. Despite those efforts, the investigation failed to produce the breakthrough authorities desperately needed. The kidnapper remained unidentified, and no confirmed information emerged about Camilla's location. As weeks became months and months turned into years, the search gradually lost momentum. Without significant new evidence, the case eventually grew cold, leaving investigators with unanswered questions and a family still waiting for answers. The hospital also faced consequences for what had happened within its walls. Following legal action related to the security failures surrounding the kidnapping, University Medical Center reached a settlement with Shanera. She received $1.5 million as compensation for the hospital's negligence in connection with the incident. Although the settlement acknowledged institutional responsibility, it could not restore what had been taken. Camilla's whereabouts remained unknown, and for the next 18 years, her fate remained one of the most painful, unanswered questions surrounding the case. Leaving investigators and her family without the resolution they continued seeking despite the passage of time. After taking the infant, Gloria Williams continued building a new life that appeared ordinary from the outside. Over the following years, major changes reshaped her circumstance. She eventually escaped the abusive relationship that had influenced much of her earlier life, regained custody of her other children, remarried, and settled in South Carolina. There, she raised the kidnapped child under a new identity, naming her Alexis Manigo and presenting herself as Alexis's biological mother. Within that household, Alexis experienced what relatives and acquaintances described as a generally happy childhood. She grew up alongside siblings, surrounded by extended family members, classmates, neighbors, and everyday routines that seemed completely typical. School, family gatherings, celebrations, and ordinary childhood experiences helped create a sense of stability. Nothing in her daily life suggested that her identity rested upon a decades-old kidnapping. To everyone around her, including Alexis herself, Gloria was simply her mother, and there appeared to be no reason to question that relationship. As the years passed, Alexis accepted the life she had always known. She had no memory of another family, and no reason to suspect that anything had been hidden from her. The story of her birth and upbringing remained consistent throughout her childhood, allowing her to believe that her place within the family was entirely genuine. Those closest to her also treated that identity as unquestionable, reinforcing the belief that everything about her background was legitimate. That sense of certainty began to change when Alexis reached the age of 16. Like many teenagers, she expected to take the next steps toward greater independence. However, she soon encountered an unexpected obstacle. She discovered that she did not have a social security number, preventing her from obtaining a driver's license or securing employment. What initially appeared to be an administrative problem quickly became something far more significant. The missing documentation raised unavoidable questions about her legal identity and personal history. For the first time, Alexis confronted evidence that something fundamental about her life did not add up. The absence of basic identification could not be easily explained away, and it marked the earliest clear indication that the story she had always believed about herself might not be true. Without realizing it, she had reached the first turning point in uncovering the hidden truth surrounding her identity and her past. Alexis confronted Gloria after growing doubts about her identity became impossible to ignore. Their conversation changed everything. Pressed with questions, Gloria admitted she had kidnapped Alexis as a baby. She suggested surrendering to authorities, acknowledging the truth could no longer remain hidden. Yet, Alexis refused, insisting Gloria was the only mother she had ever known. Despite the shocking confession, years of shared life and emotional attachment made the decision deeply complicated. In January 2017, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 2 anonymous tips pointing investigators toward Walterboro. The first tip came from someone claiming Alexis had privately confessed the truth. The second originated from an individual who reported overhearing Alexis discussing that Gloria was not her biological mother. Although the callers remained unidentified, both accounts directed investigators toward the same conclusion and provided enough information to justify immediate follow-up. Investigators confronted Gloria with the growing evidence and arranged DNA testing to determine Alexis's true identity. The scientific results removed every remaining doubt. Testing conclusively established that Alexis Manigo was actually Camilla Mobley, the infant who had disappeared from a Florida hospital 18 years earlier. The discovery ended one of the longest unanswered child abduction mysteries connected to that hospital case. For nearly 2 decades, Camilla's biological family had lived without certainty. While Alexis had grown believing Gloria was her real mother, the DNA findings permanently connected 2 separate lives that had unknowingly followed different paths since infancy. Investigators now possessed definitive proof rather than suspicion, allowing the missing child investigation to reach its long-awaited resolution. The anonymous tips, Gloria's admission, and the laboratory results formed a clear sequence that confirmed what had happened years before. For Alexis, the confirmation created an overwhelming conflict between biological truth and the woman who had raised her every day of her life. For investigators, however, the evidence finally answered the central question surrounding the case. Camilla Mobley had been found alive, and the identity she had always known was not the one she was born with. The revelation closed the search while opening an entirely new chapter for everyone whose lives had been shaped by the disappearance, the deception, and the extraordinary discovery. From that moment, the investigation shifted from searching for a missing infant to addressing the legal and emotional consequences revealed by the confirmed identification, ending uncertainty while leaving difficult personal realities impossible to escape for everyone involved. The confirmation that Camilla had been found alive transformed years of uncertainty into an entirely different emotional challenge for everyone connected to the case. For Shanera Mobley, the news brought overwhelming relief, but it also reopened years of pain that had never truly disappeared. She explained that although she later became the mother of other children, she never stopped thinking about the daughter taken from her shortly after birth. Every milestone, every birthday, and every passing year carried the unanswered question of where Camilla might be and whether she was safe. Learning that her daughter was alive did not instantly restore the relationship that had been stolen nearly 2 decades earlier. When Shanera and Camilla finally met, the reunion carried powerful emotions alongside undeniable complications. The years that separated them could not simply disappear with a single meeting. Camilla had spent 18 years believing Gloria Williams was her mother because Gloria had raised her throughout her entire life. That bond had shaped Camilla's identity, memories, and understanding of family, making the reunion deeply meaningful but also emotionally complex for everyone involved. As the family struggled to process these realities, attention also turned toward the criminal proceedings against Gloria Williams. The legal system now had the responsibility of addressing the kidnapping that had changed multiple lives for nearly 18 years. Investigators had identified Camilla, and prosecutors prepared the case based on the evidence surrounding her disappearance and Gloria's actions. While the emotional consequences continued unfolding within both families, the courtroom became the setting where legal accountability would finally be determined after years of unanswered questions. In February 2018, Gloria Williams entered guilty pleas to kidnapping and interfering with custody. Her decision eliminated the need for a lengthy trial, but it did not lessen the significance of the crimes or the lasting damage described throughout the proceedings. The guilty pleas formally acknowledged responsibility for taking Camilla and raising her as her own child, bringing the criminal case closer to its conclusion while leaving the emotional consequences unresolved. During the sentencing hearing, Shanera Mobley spoke about the profound grief she had experienced since the day her newborn disappeared. She described the lasting emotional wounds created by the kidnapping and explained how the loss continued affecting her life long after the initial search ended. Her statement reflected years of unanswered questions and enduring sorrow that could never be erased, simply because Camilla had eventually been found alive. Gloria Williams also addressed the court before sentencing. She expressed remorse for her actions, acknowledging the consequences that followed the decisions she had made. Her statement represented her opportunity to speak directly before the court determined her punishment, but the judge ultimately focused on the seriousness of the offenses and the lasting impact they had created. After considering the case, the judge sentenced Gloria Williams to 18 years in prison. The sentence reflected both the severity of the kidnapping and the extended period during which Camilla had remained separated from her biological family. Although the criminal proceedings had reached their legal conclusion, the decision could not undo the years that had already passed or repair every relationship affected by the crime. Even after Gloria's conviction, Camilla refused to completely sever her relationship with the woman who had raised her. Despite learning the truth about her biological family, she continued viewing Gloria as an important part of her life because that connection had defined her upbringing for 18 years. The emotional conflict demonstrated that legal judgments and personal relationships often follow very different paths. Years later, Shanera revealed that she and Camilla were no longer speaking. That heartbreaking reality underscored the enduring consequences of the kidnapping, showing that finding Camilla alive did not guarantee a lasting reunion or complete emotional healing. The case ultimately ended with justice delivered through the courts, yet its deepest scars remained within the lives of everyone forever involved together. On the 17th of January 1985, 24-year-old Denise vanished from her home in Raymond, New Hampshire. She had been married, living an ordinary domestic life in the quiet New Hampshire town. That day began like any other, with no indication of the events that would soon unfold. When her husband returned home later that evening, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary at first. The house appeared undisturbed, and there was no immediate sign that anything was wrong. It would take him 6 hours before he discovered something that would change everything: a note pinned to the refrigerator in their kitchen. This delay, the 6 hours between his arrival home and his discovery of the note, would later become a significant detail for investigators examining the case. The note itself would soon reveal that Denise's disappearance was no ordinary absence. But before authorities could piece together what had happened, the basic facts remained stark and simple. A young wife had vanished from her own home, and her husband had unknowingly lived alongside a warning for hours before finding it. The note pinned to the refrigerator became investigators' only starting point when they arrived at the Raymond, New Hampshire home. 4 words, handwritten and unsigned. Read simply, "We've got your wife." There was no signature, no return address, and nothing to indicate who had written it or why. Outside the house, officers found footprints pressed into the snow, leading away from the property. These footprints represented the sole physical evidence recovered at the scene. No fingerprints were found, no signs of forced entry existed, and no witnesses came forward. Investigators searched the surrounding area for any additional trace of Denise, but nothing else was discovered. The absence of a ransom demand troubled detectives from the outset. Kidnappings driven by financial motive typically involve contact within hours or days, yet no phone call, letter, or message ever followed the note. Whoever had left it made no attempt to negotiate, issue further threats, or explain their intentions. This silence left investigators without a clear direction to pursue. Was the note a genuine threat, a deliberate diversion, or something else entirely? Without further clues, detectives could not determine the identity or motive of its author, and the case stalled almost immediately, leaving Denise's fate entirely unknown. Several days into the investigation, detectives received a break that would deepen the mystery rather than solve it. Denise's husband's pickup truck was discovered at Logan Airport, parked among rows of long-term vehicles left by travelers. Inside the truck, resting on the front seat, investigators found a collection of Denise's personal documents, her social security card, her birth certificate, and her credit cards. The items appeared deliberately placed, yet their presence offered no clear explanation. There was no sign of Denise herself anywhere near the vehicle, and no witnesses came forward who had seen her at the airport. Investigators searched the surrounding area, reviewed what records were available, and considered whether the truck's location pointed to travel plans, but nothing further emerged. No additional evidence surfaced to indicate what had happened to her or where she might have gone next. The discovery raised as many questions as it answered. Rather than providing closure, the truck and its contents became another unresolved piece of a case that continued to defy explanation. Denise's family had always shared a close bond with her. As days turned into weeks with no word from her, that closeness made her silence feel wrong. They strongly suspected that something sinister had taken place, unable to accept that Denise would simply vanish without reaching out to those closest to her. Investigators, meanwhile, turned their attention to her husband, the last person known to have been in contact with her home. Yet, despite the strange circumstances surrounding the note and her disappearance, he was never named a suspect in the case. No evidence tied him to her disappearance in any way. As time passed without answers, the marriage could not withstand the uncertainty. Denise's husband eventually filed for divorce, formally closing that chapter of their life together. For law enforcement, the investigation continued along two possible paths: abduction or death. Both theories remained active, yet neither could be supported by concrete proof, leaving the case unresolved and the family without closure. Several months after Denise vanished from her Raymond home, the investigation took an unexpected turn. The courier service, where she had worked as a bookkeeper, came forward with a serious accusation, claiming Denise had stolen company funds. The amount in question was substantial, with estimates ranging anywhere from $12,000 to as much as $100,000. This accusation introduced an entirely new possibility into the case. Investigators who had been searching for evidence of abduction or violence now had to consider an alternative explanation: that Denise had disappeared voluntarily, fleeing not a kidnapper, but potential legal and financial consequences. By 1986, this theory gained official weight when embezzlement charges were formally filed against her. The note on the fridge, the abandoned truck, the footprints in the snow, all of it now had to be reconsidered in light of this financial motive. For investigators and the public alike, this marked a pivotal shift. What had once appeared to be a case of possible violence now carried the added weight of financial wrongdoing, complicating the search for the truth behind Denise's disappearance. 7 years after the embezzlement charges were first filed against Denise, they were formally dismissed. The allegations that had once painted her as a woman hiding from financial trouble no longer carried legal weight. For her family, this dismissal brought a renewed sense of hope. They believed that with the charges cleared, Denise might finally feel safe enough to come forward and reconnect with them. But that hope was not immediately rewarded. No call came, no letter arrived. The years that followed were marked by silence, uncertainty, and unanswered questions. What had once been an active investigation slowly faded into a cold case, its file left open but untouched. For nearly a decade, Denise's whereabouts remained unknown, and her family was left to wait, wondering if she was alive and if she would ever return. 17 years passed with no confirmed trace of Denise. The case remained unresolved. Her family left with only questions and a fading hope that she was still alive. In 2002, that silence finally broke. A private investigator named Shirley Casey came forward with information that would reignite the investigation. Casey had identified a woman living in Florida who bore a striking resemblance to Denise and, notably, shared her exact date of birth. This detail was too significant to ignore. Casey brought her findings to the attention of authorities, providing them with a lead they had not possessed in nearly 2 decades. For investigators who had long considered the case cold, this tip offered a rare and credible starting point. Law enforcement moved quickly to follow up, treating the Florida connection as the most promising development since Denise's disappearance in 1985. The search for answers was, once again, active. On the 13th of May 2002, the investigation reached its conclusion. Law enforcement located Denise in Panama City, Florida, living under the name Denise James. For 17 years, she had remained completely unknown to her family, her former life left entirely behind. In that time, she had built a new identity for herself and started a family of her own, unaware that the people who loved her had spent nearly 2 decades searching for answers. When authorities finally confronted her, Denise offered an explanation for her disappearance. She confessed that she had fled after her former employer threatened to kill her within 2 days. Fearing for her life, she made the decision to disappear entirely rather than risk that threat being carried out. Denise further revealed the lengths she had gone to in order to avoid being found. In an effort to cover her tracks, she had traveled through the Bahamas, then to California, South Carolina, and finally Hawaii, before eventually settling into her new life in Florida under a different name. With her identity confirmed and her story finally understood, Denise was reunited with her family. After 17 years of uncertainty, grief, and unanswered questions, the reunion was described as deeply emotional. The mystery that had haunted her loved ones for so long was, at last, resolved. John Darwin was born on the 14th of August, 1950, in Hartlepool, a bustling port town in County Durham, England. He grew up in this coastal community, which would later become central to the story of his disappearance. 23 years later, on the 22nd of December, 1973, John married Ann Stevenson in Black Hall. Following their marriage, John pursued a career in education, teaching science and mathematics for 18 years. After nearly 2 decades in the classroom, he made a significant career change, becoming a prison officer. On the surface, John Darwin's life appeared stable and unremarkable, a husband, an educator, and later a civil servant, living quietly in County Durham. On the 21st of March 2002, John Darwin set out on a canoe ride near his home in County Durham. He did not return. As the hours passed, his wife, Anne, grew increasingly uneasy. The routine of the day gave way to worry, then to alarm, as the time he should have been home came and went with no sign of him. She waited, watching the clock, hoping he would walk through the door. He did not. Late that evening, unable to explain his absence any longer, Anne made the call that would set everything in motion. She contacted the police. Word spread quickly to the Coast Guard. Within hours, an expansive search operation was underway along the coastline and waterways John was known to frequent. Officers and rescue teams combed the area through the night and into the following morning, searching for any trace of the missing man, a husband, a teacher, a former prison officer who had simply vanished. The morning after John Darwin failed to return from his canoe trip, searchers made their first discovery. The paddle he had used was found drifting in the water near Seaton Carew. Beyond this single object, there were no other clues. Nothing indicated where John might be or what had happened to him out on the water. 6 weeks passed. Then his canoe was located, damaged, near North Gare. The site sat in a secluded stretch by the River Tees, an area known locally as the Blue Lagoon. Still, no sign of John himself. For Anne Darwin, the months that followed were defined by uncertainty. 6 months of anguish wore her hope down. She said, at that point, that all she wanted was to bury her husband's body. Recovering it, she said, would let her move on. In April of the following year, John Darwin was formally declared dead. The inquest into his disappearance concluded with an open verdict. His death certificate recorded that the sea had claimed his life. With that certificate in hand, Anne Darwin was able to move forward with a series of financial claims. Over time, she accumulated close to £250,000 in payouts. The largest sum, £137,000, came from the insurance company Norwich Union. His prison service pension added £58,000. A separate life insurance policy contributed £25,000. His teacher's pension provided a further £25,000. These payments, drawn from 4 separate sources, would later become central to understanding what had truly happened to John Darwin. Unbeknownst to anyone apart from his wife, John Darwin was alive and well throughout this entire period. Behind the official record of his death lay a man who had spent years moving between careers. from teaching to banking and finally to work as a prison officer, all the while driven by a relentless desire for wealth. His father, Ronald, then 91 years old, later reflected on his son's character, saying John had ideas above his station and big dreams and ambitions, adding that he sometimes thought John was in too much of a hurry to make money. This obsession ran deep. Even at his own mother's funeral, money was reportedly all Darwin could talk about. His pursuit of wealth took several forms. He purchased a number of inexpensive properties in the Durham area, hoping to rent them out. When that failed, he turned to trading stocks, going so far as to install 17 phone lines in his house to manage his trades. That venture also collapsed. In a final attempt to project success, he purchased a 40,000-pound Range Rover. By 2001, his investments had unraveled entirely, and debt collectors began arriving at the couple's home. By 2001, John Darwin was overwhelmed with debt. Too proud to declare bankruptcy and unwilling to accept financial failure, he devised a different solution. He would stage his own death and collect the life insurance money owed to his family. Following his staged disappearance, Darwin did not leave the area. Instead, he went into hiding nearby, frequently returning to the marital home under cover of darkness. During daylight hours, he sheltered in a small, one-room apartment adjacent to his own house, remaining out of sight. To move between this hideout and his family home without detection, Darwin relied on a hidden doorway concealed behind a wardrobe. This passage allowed him to slip in and out unseen and unheard. To further avoid discovery, he poured concrete over the floorboards beneath this route, eliminating any creaking that might give away his presence. Throughout this period, only one person knew the truth. Not even his own children were aware their father was alive. Anne alone carried the secret of his continued existence. As the years passed, Darwin grew bolder in his deception. He began walking outdoors in daylight, wearing nothing but a woolly hat, adopting a hobbling gait to suggest an injury, and obscure his identity from anyone who might recognize him. When visitors arrived unannounced, he disguised himself as Tom the Handyman, wearing an inexpensive wig and glasses. Whenever relatives came to stay in the house, he vanished through the same hidden entrance behind the bedroom wardrobe. Confident his charade had gone undetected, he applied for credit cards under his own name, using the address of his small hideout. Despite these precautions, he was spotted repeatedly. In 2003, he encountered a former prison colleague. Police investigated, but Darwin convinced them the man had mistaken a look-alike cousin for him. On another occasion, a tenant recognized him and asked if he was supposed to be dead. Nervous, Darwin begged the tenant to stay silent, and the tenant reluctantly agreed. Determined to rebuild his identity, Darwin turned to local cemeteries, searching for the grave of a child born around the same time as himself. He found one, applied for a copy of the child's birth certificate, and used it to secure a passport under a false name. With this new identity in hand, he traveled to America in 2004. There, through an online role-playing game, he made contact with Kelly Steele, a mother of 3 from Kansas. Darwin persuaded Kelly to purchase a 20-acre ranch, contributing 25,000 pounds of his own money toward the deal. He told her he had made a fortune trading stocks and claimed he had always dreamed of becoming a cowboy. Shortly after, his manner changed. He began aggressively demanding his money back, sending emails to Kelly that grew increasingly hostile, leaving her genuinely fearing for her personal safety. Darwin's pursuit of wealth continued beyond Britain's borders. He relocated to Panama City, where he established a company of his own. His spending reflected the lifestyle he had long chased: a Toyota Land Cruiser costing 25,000 pounds and a rented flat valued at 50,000 pounds. Funding came from home. 2 properties in Seaton, Carew had been sold for a combined 455,000 pounds. From these proceeds, Darwin committed a further 200,000 pounds toward an estate near the Panama Canal, envisioned as a tourist resort. But the scheme was already fraying. British police had received tips suggesting Darwin remained alive and was living in Panama. On the 14th of July, 2006, the evidence became visible to the public. A photograph surfaced showing Darwin and his wife together, searching for property in Panama. Compounding the danger, Panama introduced new visa regulation. Without his false identity holding any longer, Darwin faced a lengthy verification process he could not survive undetected. With his cover in Panama collapsing, Darwin chose to return to England and construct one final deception: amnesia. On the 1st of December 2007, he walked into a West End Central police station and declared, "I think I am a missing person." He gave his name and date of birth easily, but claimed no memory of the previous 5.5 years. Cleveland Police and the Metropolitan Police launched a joint investigation, and, following the earlier Panama photograph, had publicly expressed joy at her husband's survival. But years of witness sightings ultimately disproved his amnesia claim. In 2008, Darwin was convicted on 8 deception charges, receiving 6 years and 3 months, and was separately convicted of fraud and money laundering, sentenced to 6.5 years. Stephen Kubacki, a 3-year-old undergraduate student at Hope College, attended the small Christian college situated along the shores of Lake Michigan. During his time as a student, he decided to take a solo cross-country skiing trip. The excursion was intended to last only 1 or 2 days before he returned to his normal routine. Instead, Stephen disappeared without leaving any explanation, beginning a case that quickly drew the attention of local authorities and search teams. The following day, snowmobilers traveling through Saugatuck came across an unusual sight. A pair of abandoned cross-country skis rested near a backpack, with no sign of their owner anywhere nearby. Recognizing that something was wrong, they contacted law enforcement. Investigators examined the backpack and confirmed that it belonged to Stephen Kubacki. With his belongings located but Stephen himself missing, authorities immediately organized a search and rescue operation focused on the surrounding area. As the search progressed, investigators uncovered additional clues that appeared to trace Stephen's final known movements. Footprints stretched across the snow for approximately 200 yards, leading directly toward the frozen edge of Lake Michigan. The trail ended abruptly at the ice, with no footprints returning toward shore. Search teams also recovered Stephen's skis and ski poles near the beach, reinforcing the belief that he had reached the lake before vanishing. Based on the physical evidence available, investigators concluded that Stephen had most likely walked onto the frozen surface of Lake Michigan, where the ice may have given way beneath him. Without any returning tracks or signs of another route, they believed he had fallen through the ice and drowned beneath the lake's frozen surface. Extensive search efforts followed as rescuers attempted to locate him, but no body was ever recovered. The only evidence left behind consisted of Stephen's abandoned equipment and the footprints that disappeared at the edge of the frozen lake, leaving investigators with no further physical clues to explain what had happened during his solitary skiing trip. The area where Stephen Kubacki disappeared lies within the region commonly known as the Lake Michigan Triangle. This stretch of water extends from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, across to Ludington, Michigan, and down toward Benton Harbor. Although it has never achieved the worldwide recognition of the Bermuda Triangle, the region has earned a long-standing reputation for unexplained disappearances and unusual incidents that have continued attracting attention for decades. One of the earliest examples connected to this area dates back to 1891. That year, the 7-man crew of the schooner Thomas Hume sailed across Lake Michigan in search of lumber. The vessel never returned, and no trace of the ship or its crew was ever found. Over the years, additional reports involving unexplained aviation accidents, ghost ship sightings, mysterious disappearances, and rapidly changing weather conditions have all become associated with this same region, adding to its enduring reputation for mystery. Following Stephen's disappearance, search teams concentrated their efforts around the location where he had last been seen. Investigators carefully examined the shoreline and surrounding area, looking for any evidence that could reveal what had happened after he left on his solo skiing trip. During the search, they recovered Stephen's skis and ski poles near the beach. They also discovered footprints leading toward the frozen surface of Lake Michigan. The tracks continued across the snow until they reached the lake, where they abruptly ended. There were no signs indicating that Stephen had turned back or continued in another visible direction. Despite repeated searches, investigators found nothing else that could explain where he had gone. Most importantly, no trace of Stephen's body was ever recovered. Based solely on the physical evidence available, investigators concluded that Stephen had most likely walked onto the frozen lake, fallen beneath the ice, and drowned. However, because his remains were never located, that conclusion could never be confirmed with certainty. The absence of definitive evidence ensured that Stephen Kubacki's disappearance remained an unresolved case, despite the extensive search efforts conducted after he vanished. On the 5th of May 1979, 14.5 months after Stephen Kubacki disappeared during his solo skiing trip, an unexpected moment brought the case back into public attention. Without any warning, Stephen arrived at his father's house and rang the doorbell. When the door opened, he appeared confused and disoriented. behaving as though he had only recently awakened from a long sleep. After his father embraced him, Stephen struggled to understand why everyone reacted with such emotion. He expressed genuine disbelief when he learned that more than a year had passed since he had vanished. As investigators and reporters sought answers, Stephen explained that his memories of the missing months were almost entirely absent. The little he could recall began with waking up alone in a meadow, nearly 40 miles from his father's home and approximately 700 miles away from Lake Michigan. He had no understanding of how he reached that location or what had happened between his disappearance and that moment. The lengthy gap in his memory remained completely unexplained from his perspective. Stephen also noticed several details that immediately seemed unfamiliar. He was dressed in clothing that he did not recognize, suggesting they were not the clothes he had been wearing before his disappearance. Beside him sat a backpack that did not belong to him. Inside were maps that he had never seen before. None of these items helped him remember where he had been or who might have placed them there. One of the strangest details involved the shirt he was wearing. It was a t-shirt from a Wisconsin marathon, despite Stephen having no memory of participating in such an event. During an interview, he remarked that he felt as though he had done a lot of running, even though no memories accompanied that impression. When asked about the last thing he clearly remembered before everything became blank, Stephen consistently returned to the same image: the snow-covered shores of Lake Michigan. Beyond that point, his recollections ended, leaving the 14.5 months between his disappearance and return without a clear explanation from Stephen himself. As investigators and the public searched for answers, Stephen Kubaki's disappearance continued to resist any clear explanation. The known facts established where he vanished and how he eventually returned, but they did not reveal what happened during the missing 14.5 months. Because of that uncertainty, several explanations emerged over time, each attempting to account for the remarkable gap in his memory without producing a definitive conclusion. Some observers believe Stephen may have entered a coma-like state before wandering across the country with no memory of his actions. Others focused on the location where he disappeared, pointing to the Lake Michigan Triangle and its long-standing reputation for unexplained events. More speculative ideas suggested alien abduction, although those claims remain theories without supporting evidence. None of these possibilities resolved the unanswered questions surrounding his absence, and no explanation gained universal acceptance. Stephen himself consistently stated that he remembered very little about the period after leaving on his skiing trip. During later interviews, he repeated that his last clear memory was near the snow-covered shores of Lake Michigan before everything became blank. He firmly rejected suggestions that he had experienced mental health problems. According to Stephen, nothing in his life before disappearing pointed toward emotional distress or a reason to abandon everything voluntarily. He explained that he was attending school, had a job waiting for him with the Holland Sentinel newspaper, and had recently left behind a romantic relationship in Germany. From his perspective, there had been no significant personal problems before his trip. Although Stephen remained unable to explain the missing months, he offered his own possible interpretation. He believed the memory loss might have resulted from fatigue or overexposure. He agreed to undergo a medical examination, hoping it might provide some insight into his condition. But he refused psychiatric counseling, even after repeated questions from reporters. He maintained that he simply could not remember what had happened. Decades later, Stephen Kubaki's disappearance and unexpected return remain unexplained. The case continues to stand as an enduring mystery, while Stephen himself is reported to be alive and well, according to the available background information. On Saturday, the 18th of September, 1971, 15-year-old Tamara Milograd left home with two of her closest friends to attend the annual Royal Melbourne Show in Melbourne. The exhibition was one of the city's most popular public events, attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors every year with a combination of farming, displays, entertainment, food, competitions, and family attractions. Visitors could watch horse racing, sheep shearing, alpaca exhibitions, poultry competitions, log chopping events, and many other activities spread across the busy showgrounds. Before leaving, Tamara spoke with her mother, Rubel, about her plans for the day. Aware that enormous crowds would be gathering at the exhibition, Rubel expressed concern and offered to accompany Tamara and her friends. She wanted to keep an eye on the girls while they enjoyed the event. Tamara, however, strongly opposed the idea. She assured her mother that she and her friends would look after one another and insisted that her mother would not be interested in spending the day watching the games and attractions. After saying goodbye, Tamara climbed into a car with her friends and headed toward what was expected to be an enjoyable day. The group spent time walking through the exhibition and exploring its many attractions together. Everything appeared ordinary until Tamra unexpectedly mentioned that she had run out of change. She told her friends she was going to find a place where she could exchange some money, promising that she would return shortly. She walked away alone. Minutes gradually turned into a much longer absence. As Tamra failed to reappear, concern replaced the excitement of the day. Her friends searched through the surrounding areas of the exhibition, checking places where they thought she might have gone. Despite their efforts, they were unable to locate her. Every unsuccessful search increased their anxiety, and eventually they realized they needed additional help. With no sign of Tamra anywhere on the crowded showgrounds, her friends contacted her family. Her parents rushed to the Royal Melbourne show and immediately joined the search, hoping they would quickly find their daughter somewhere within the enormous venue. Together, they spent hours looking throughout the exhibition grounds, but every attempt ended the same way. There was still no trace of the 15-year-old. As the search continued without results, it became increasingly clear that Tamra had not simply become separated from her friends in the crowd. After exhausting every immediate effort to locate her, her family recognized the seriousness of the situation. Australian authorities were notified without delay, and an official missing person investigation began. What had started as an ordinary Saturday outing to one of Melbourne's largest annual events had unexpectedly become the beginning of a disappearance that left Tamara Milograd's family searching for answers. While investigators faced the difficult task of determining what had happened after she walked away to exchange her money and never returned, Tamara Milograd's disappearance immediately prompted an extensive police response. After her parents reported that she had vanished from the Royal Melbourne show, officers broadened their search beyond the exhibition grounds, examining nearby areas where she might have gone. Despite sustained efforts over several days, investigators found no physical evidence explaining how the 15-year-old had disappeared or where she had gone after leaving her friends. The absence of clear clues quickly complicated the investigation and forced detectives to explore every possible avenue available to them. With the initial searches producing no answers, investigators shifted their attention toward Tamara's personal life. Detectives interviewed family members, hoping to understand whether events at home might provide insight into her disappearance. During those conversations, police learned that Tamra had been experiencing a period of adolescent rebellion. Her older brother, Eugene, described her as difficult to manage, suggesting that conflicts within the household had become increasingly challenging before she vanished. Further interviews painted a picture of a teenager struggling with family tensions. Those closest to Tamra explained that she was highly introverted and frequently skipped school. They also described repeated disagreements between her and other members of the family, saying that the relationship could become strained at times. Investigators also learned about an earlier incident in which Tamra climbed out of her bedroom window and remained away from home for several days before eventually returning. That episode demonstrated she had previously left home without warning, making detectives consider whether history had repeated itself. Friends added another important piece to the investigation. They told police that shortly before Tamra disappeared, she had been involved in a heated argument with her family regarding her boyfriend. According to those accounts, the disagreement had deeply affected her. Following the argument, Tamra was reportedly heard speaking about leaving home and beginning a completely new life elsewhere. Those statements became significant because they appeared consistent with the possibility that her disappearance had been planned rather than forced. As investigators assembled these accounts, they carefully evaluated whether Tamra had chosen to leave voluntarily. Her earlier behavior, the tensions within her family, and the comments she reportedly made after the disagreement all contributed to that working theory. Even so, detectives did not treat the matter as resolved. They continued interviewing anyone who might have encountered Tamara after she separated from her friends at the Royal Melbourne show. Every conversation, every potential witness, and every reported observation was examined in the hope that someone had seen the missing teenager after she disappeared. Although investigators developed an early belief that Tamra may have left of her own free will, they continued searching for reliable information that could establish exactly what happened after she walked away to exchange her money and never returned. At that stage, definitive answers remained completely out of reach for everyone involved. In the weeks and months following Tamra Milograd's disappearance, investigators continued searching for information that might reveal where the 15-year-old had gone. At the same time, her family refused to remain passive, determined to keep her name visible in the hope that someone, somewhere, had seen her after she vanished from the Royal Melbourne show. To generate new leads, Tamara's family organized a widespread awareness campaign. Printed flyers carrying her photograph and details were distributed throughout streets and shopping centers, appealing to the public for assistance. Every poster represented another opportunity for a witness to come forward with information that could explain her disappearance or point investigators toward her whereabouts. As the campaign continued, police received several witness reports claiming that Tamara had been seen after the day she disappeared. One account suggested she had remained at the Royal Melbourne Show itself, hiding inside the stables for 2 days after going missing. Investigators examined the area and searched for evidence supporting the report. Despite their efforts, they found nothing that confirmed the sighting, and no trace of Tamara was discovered there. Additional reports emerged from other locations around Melbourne. Rumors circulated that Tamara had been working at a bar near the waterfront in St. Kilda. Another claimed sighting came from one of her own friends, who believed she had seen Tamara at a hotel in Laverton. Each report offered another possible explanation, yet none provided investigators with verifiable proof that Tamara was alive or living under those circumstances. These reported sightings, combined with Tamara's previously documented difficulties at home and her earlier comments about wanting to leave and begin a new life, strengthened the investigators' working belief that she might have disappeared voluntarily. Although this theory influenced the direction of the investigation, it still failed to answer the central question of where Tamara actually was. Her family, however, refused to accept that the search should end. Unwilling to abandon hope, they hired a private investigator to continue examining every possible lead. They also traveled personally to each place where Tamara was rumored to have been seen, hoping that one report would finally lead them to their missing daughter. Every destination ended the same way. The reported sightings could not be confirmed, and each promising lead faded without producing answers. As months turned into years, the investigation gradually lost momentum and eventually became a cold case, while Tamara's family continued living without certainty about what had truly happened to her. Even as the investigation produced no definitive answers, the years continued to pass without any confirmed trace of Tamara Milograd. Her parents never abandoned the hope that one day their daughter would return home. Despite the case growing colder with each passing year, they continued living with unanswered questions and the uncertainty surrounding her disappearance. 18 years after Tamara vanished, her father died without ever discovering what had happened to his daughter or learning whether she was still alive. In 2010, Tamara's disappearance received renewed public attention when her story was included as part of Melbourne's Missing Persons Week. Although the campaign highlighted long unsolved cases, it did not immediately produce the breakthrough her family had been waiting for. 5 years later, an unexpected development changed everything. A woman named Karina Russell was browsing the Australian Federal Police Missing Persons website when she came across Tamara's photograph. She was immediately struck by the remarkable resemblance between the missing teenager and her own mother, Pauline Tammy Russell, who had died in a car accident in 1976, while Karina was still very young. Karina already knew there were unanswered questions surrounding her mother's past. She had learned that her parents had never married and that, for reasons she did not fully understand, her mother had been unable to obtain a birth certificate. Those lingering uncertainties encouraged Karina to search for her mother's true identity. As she examined Tamara's profile more closely, she discovered another striking similarity. In addition to their nearly identical appearance, Pauline and Tamara shared the same birthday. Convinced the similarities were too significant to ignore, Karina contacted the National Missing Persons Coordination Center and explained why she believed the missing girl could actually have been her mother. Following Karina Russell's report, investigators contacted Tamara Milograd's surviving relatives to examine the possibility that the missing teenager and Karina's late mother were the same person. A DNA sample was collected from one of Tamara's siblings and submitted for forensic comparison. Specialists at the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine analyzed the genetic material and confirmed that Karina was biologically related to Tamara's family, finally providing the scientific evidence needed to resolve the decades-old mystery. After 44 years of uncertainty, investigators established what had happened to Tamara. She had voluntarily left her former life, relocated elsewhere within Victoria, changed both her name and her reported age, and lived under the identity of Pauline Tammy Russell. During her new life, she became the mother of 2 children before tragically losing her life in a car accident. The findings revealed that Tamara had survived for several years after disappearing from the Royal Melbourne Show. At the same time, they confirmed that she had completely severed contact with her biological family and never reached out to them again. For her mother, who was around 90 years old when the truth was finally uncovered, the discovery brought both heartbreak and long-awaited answers after more than 4 decades of uncertainty. Although the outcome could not restore the years that had been lost, it finally brought the investigation to a close. Karina was welcomed into Tamara's biological family, allowing relatives who had unknowingly been separated for decades to meet and share a bittersweet sense of closure together. Between 1974 and 1986, California became the scene of a series of violent crimes that remained unsolved for decades. Investigators initially believed they were searching for several different offenders because the attacks occurred in different regions and followed evolving patterns. As a result, the unknown suspect became known by several names over the years, including the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and the original Night Stalker. Only much later would authorities determine that these crimes were connected to a single individual. The earliest known crimes linked to the offender began in the San Joaquin Valley. Investigators connected him to a minimum of 120 residential burglaries carried out across Northern California. During this period, one murder was also attributed to the same offender. The burglaries demonstrated careful planning and familiarity with residential neighborhoods, making the investigation increasingly difficult as the number of incidents continued to grow. By 1976, the pattern of crimes changed significantly. The offender's activities expanded into Sacramento County, where investigators linked him to a series of violent sexual assaults. Between 1976 and 1979, authorities connected at least 51 rapes and 2 murders to the same offender. The attack spread fear throughout communities and prompted extensive investigations by multiple law enforcement agencies. The offender's movements were not limited to Sacramento. Investigators also connected attacks to Stockton, Modesto, and Contra Costa County. Because the crimes crossed numerous jurisdictions, information was often handled by different agencies working separate investigations. At the time, investigators had not yet confirmed that these cases were connected, allowing the offender to continue operating while remaining unidentified for years. As the investigation continued, the offender's crimes extended beyond Northern California into the southern part of the state. Between 1979 and 1986, investigators linked him to at least 10 murders committed in Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Orange counties. Although the methods used in these attacks showed similarities, the crimes occurred across different jurisdictions, making it difficult for investigators to determine that they were searching for the same person. After 1986, the known attacks suddenly stopped, leaving authorities with no clear explanation for why the offender had disappeared. Throughout the investigation, detectives from multiple law enforcement agencies worked thousands of leads. Numerous individuals were considered possible suspects over the years, but each was eventually eliminated through DNA evidence, verified alibis, or other investigative methods. Despite decades of work, investigators were unable to identify the person responsible. Authorities also believe the offender attempted to intimidate both victims and investigators. According to the investigation, he made obscene telephone calls and may have sent written communications. These reported contacts became another element of the case, but did not immediately lead to his identification. A major breakthrough finally came in 2001. Advances in DNA testing allowed investigators to compare biological evidence collected from multiple crime scenes. The results confirmed that the offender known as the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker was the same individual. Investigators combined the two case names into a single acronym, ERUNS, officially recognizing that crimes once investigated separately were part of one long-running series. This scientific confirmation transformed the investigation and provided detectives with a unified direction after years of uncertainty, laying the foundation for the breakthrough that would eventually solve one of California's most infamous cold cases. The DNA breakthrough in 2001 fundamentally changed the direction of the investigation by confirming that the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were the same offender. Investigators could combine evidence gathered over decades into a single case. The discovery also demonstrated the growing importance of DNA technology in solving long unsolved crimes. As California continued expanding its DNA database, investigators gained a more effective tool for comparing biological evidence and re-examining cold cases that had remained unresolved for years. During the 2010s, the investigation received renewed public attention when crime writer Michelle McNamara popularized the name Golden State Killer. The name quickly became widely recognized and helped focus national attention on the unsolved case. Public interest increased, and investigators continued reviewing evidence collected from the crime scenes while searching for new investigative methods that could identify the unknown offender. In 2016, the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined local law enforcement agencies in announcing a renewed nationwide effort to solve the case. Authorities offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the Golden State Killer. Even with decades having passed since the last known crimes, investigators remain committed to finding the person responsible. The investigation reached its defining breakthrough in April 2018 through forensic genetic genealogy. Rather than searching for an exact DNA match, investigators identified members of the suspect's family using publicly available genetic relationships and then narrowed their investigation. That process ultimately led authorities to Joseph James DeAngelo Jr. based on DNA evidence. He was charged with 8 counts of first-degree murder. At the same time, investigators publicly announced for the first time that the Visalia ransacker crimes were also connected to DeAngelo, bringing together investigations that had remained separate for decades. On the 24th of April, 2018, authorities arrested Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., bringing an end to one of California's longest-running criminal investigations. After decades of searching for an unidentified offender, investigators finally had a suspect whose DNA matched evidence collected from multiple crime scenes. The arrest marked the culmination of years of investigative work, advances in forensic science, and cooperation between numerous law enforcement agencies. Following his arrest, prosecutors filed 8 counts of first-degree murder based on the available evidence. As the investigation continued, additional legal action followed. In August 2018, prosecutors also charged DeAngelo with 13 kidnapping and abduction-related offenses connected to crimes committed during the 1970s. However, the legal case also reflected the limits of California law. Because of the state's statute of limitations for rape offenses committed before 2017, prosecutors were unable to file criminal rape charges for many of the assaults attributed to DeAngelo during the 1970s. Although investigators had linked him to numerous sexual assaults through DNA evidence, those specific offenses could not be prosecuted as standalone rape charges. On the 29th of June 2020, DeAngelo entered a guilty plea to multiple counts of murder and kidnapping. As part of a plea agreement that removed the possibility of the death penalty, he also admitted responsibility for numerous additional crimes, including rapes that had never resulted in formal criminal charges. The legal proceedings concluded on the 21st of August 2020, when DeAngelo was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The sentence formally closed a case that had challenged investigators for more than 4 decades and demonstrated how advances in forensic science ultimately helped solve one of California's most notorious cold cases. The Golden State Killer investigation became one of the most significant cold cases in American criminal history because it demonstrated how advances in forensic science could transform an investigation that had remained unsolved for decades. For years, detectives worked with limited technology, relying on witness statements, physical evidence, and traditional investigative methods. Although those efforts identified patterns and narrowed possibilities, they were not enough to reveal the offender's identity. The case changed the way many investigators approach cold cases involving biological evidence. The successful use of DNA analysis, followed by forensic genetic genealogy, showed that evidence collected decades earlier could still play a critical role when examined using modern techniques. Rather than depending solely on new witnesses or confessions, investigators were able to revisit preserved evidence and apply scientific methods that had not existed when the crimes were originally committed. The investigation also highlighted the importance of cooperation between multiple law enforcement agencies. Because the crimes had crossed numerous jurisdictions over many years, information from different departments eventually had to be combined to establish the full scope of the offender's actions. Connecting the Visalia ransacker, East Area rapist, and original Night Stalker investigations into a single case proved essential to understanding the pattern of crimes. Although Joseph James DeAngelo Jr. was identified and convicted, the investigation remains an important example of how persistence, evidence preservation, interagency cooperation, and scientific advancement can resolve cases long considered unsolvable. The successful identification of the Golden State Killer continues to influence cold case investigations, demonstrating that even after decades have passed, carefully preserved evidence can still provide the answers investigators have been seeking. For more than 40 years, the identity of the offender remained unknown despite extensive investigations, thousands of leads, and the efforts of numerous law enforcement agencies across California. The crimes had been investigated under different names because authorities initially believed they were searching for multiple offenders operating in separate regions. Only through advances in DNA analysis and later forensic genetic genealogy were investigators able to connect the evidence and identify a single suspect. The arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo Jr. in 2018 marked the end of one of the longest and most complex investigations in California's history. His guilty plea in 2020 eliminated the need for a lengthy trial, while his admissions acknowledged responsibility for numerous crimes beyond those formally charged. The sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole ensured that the criminal proceedings reached a final legal conclusion. The Golden State Killer investigation remains a landmark example of how preserved evidence and evolving forensic technology can solve cases that once appeared impossible to resolve. It also demonstrated the value of long-term cooperation between investigators, forensic scientists, and multiple law enforcement agencies working toward the same objective over many years. Although the crimes themselves cannot be undone, the investigation ultimately provided answers after decades of uncertainty. The case stands as a reminder that cold cases are not necessarily forgotten cases. As investigative methods continue to advance, evidence collected years earlier may still reveal the truth. The resolution of this investigation showed that persistence, scientific progress, and careful examination of preserved evidence can eventually identify an offender, even after decades have passed, bringing one of California's most notorious cold cases to its legal conclusion. In 1982, a series of disappearances involving young women in Washington state began drawing the attention of law enforcement. Many of those who vanished were alleged prostitutes or vulnerable teenage runaways who had last been seen in the Seattle and Tacoma areas. At first, the disappearances appeared unrelated, but investigators soon recognized a disturbing pattern as bodies began to surface in remote locations. The investigation changed dramatically when the first known victim's body was discovered in July 1982. Within a short period, 4 more victims were found in or near the Green River in King County. Because the earliest discoveries were linked to that location, the unidentified offender became known to the public as the Green River Killer. While some media outlets also referred to him as the Green River Strangler, the discovery of multiple victims in the same area immediately suggested that authorities were dealing with a serial offender rather than isolated crimes. As investigators continued examining the case, they determined that most victims had been strangled before their bodies were abandoned in wooded or overgrown locations throughout South King County. The victims shared similar backgrounds, leading detectives to believe the killer deliberately selected women he believed were less likely to draw immediate attention when they disappeared. The locations where bodies were recovered showed a consistent pattern that suggested the offender was familiar with the area and intentionally chose secluded dumping sites. With the number of victims steadily increasing, the case quickly became one of the largest homicide investigations in Washington state. Detectives faced mounting public pressure as the killer continued to evade identification, leaving investigators searching for the person responsible while fear spread throughout the surrounding communities. As additional victims were discovered throughout 1,982 in the years that followed, the investigation expanded rapidly. The growing number of connected homicides prompted the King County Sheriff's Office to establish the Green River Task Force, bringing together detectives dedicated to identifying the unknown offender. The scale of the investigation continued to grow as evidence was collected from multiple crime scenes and hundreds of leads were examined, yet the killer remained unidentified. To gain further insight into the offender's behavior, investigators sought assistance from specialists experienced in violent crime investigations. Members of the task force, including Robert D. Keppel and Dave Reichert, interviewed imprisoned serial killer Ted Bundy in 1984. Although Bundy was serving his own sentence, he offered opinions about the offender's possible behavior. Among his observations was the suggestion that the killer might return to body disposal sites after the murders. According to the investigation, this assessment later proved consistent with Gary Ridgway's own admissions. The investigation also received assistance from FBI Special Agent John E.B. Douglas, who developed a behavioral profile of the unknown suspect. Detectives combined traditional investigative work with behavioral analysis, hoping to narrow the list of possible suspects. Gary Ridgway first came to investigators' attention in connection with the Green River murders in 1983, after the disappearance of Marie Malvar. Witness information and additional tips led detectives to interview him as a potential suspect. Despite the growing suspicion, investigators lacked the forensic evidence needed to connect him directly to the murders. In 1984, Ridgway underwent a polygraph examination, which he passed, allowing him to avoid arrest at that time. Although detectives continued receiving information mentioning his name, the investigation reached another dead end. In the green after his arrest, prosecutors faced a critical decision. They could pursue a death penalty trial based on the murders they could already prove, or negotiate a plea agreement that might reveal the fate of many victims whose disappearances had never been fully resolved. Investigators chose the second option, believing it offered the best chance to recover additional remains and provide long-awaited answers to victims' families. On the 5th of November 2003, Gary Ridgway pleaded guilty to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, he agreed to cooperate with investigators by identifying burial locations, explaining details of the crimes, and helping recover victims who had remained missing for years. Prosecutors stated that the agreement allowed them to establish the truth about far more murders than would likely have been proven through a lengthy trial. During interviews with detectives and prosecutors, Ridgway admitted that he had murdered far more women than investigators had originally confirmed. He acknowledged targeting prostitutes because he believed they were easier to approach and less likely to attract immediate attention if they disappeared. He also admitted returning to some body disposal sites after the murders. Over months of questioning, Ridgway provided investigators with information that helped explain aspects of the case that had remained unanswered for decades. His cooperation also led investigators to the remains of additional victims. In 2003, authorities recovered the remains of Pamianetta Venn, Marie Malvar, and April Buttram after Ridgway directed investigators to their locations. These discoveries provided answers that many families had waited years to receive and strengthened the historical record of the Green River investigation, confirming details that had remained unknown throughout one of America's longest-running serial murder cases. On the 18th of December, 2003, the Green River case reached another major milestone when the King County Superior Court sentenced Gary Ridgway for the murders to which he had pleaded guilty. The court imposed 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the remainder of his life in prison. In addition, he received 10 years for tampering with evidence for each of the 48 victims, further reflecting the scale of the crimes and the efforts made to conceal them. The investigation, however, did not end with the sentencing. Because Ridgway had agreed to cooperate with authorities, detectives continued reviewing his statements and comparing them with evidence from unresolved missing persons cases. His confessions became an important investigative resource, helping law enforcement identify additional victims and verify details that had remained uncertain for many years. In 2005, a hiker discovered the skull of Tracy Winston, one of Ridgway's victims, in a wooded area near Highway 18 Inches, Washington. The discovery ultimately resulted in another life sentence, bringing Ridgway's total to 49 life sentences. Although he had already confessed to numerous killings, investigators continued searching for physical evidence to support each case whenever possible. Even years after the convictions, advances in forensic DNA testing allowed previously unidentified remains to be matched to missing persons connected to the Green River investigation. These identifications provided long-awaited answers to families who had spent decades without knowing what had happened to their loved ones. The continuing discoveries demonstrated that the investigation remained active, with law enforcement still working to identify victims and confirm information from Ridgway's confessions whenever reliable evidence became available. The Green River investigation remains one of the most significant cold cases ever solved in the United States. For nearly 2 decades, detectives pursued an offender who repeatedly avoided identification despite extensive investigations, witness interviews, and thousands of tips. The case demonstrated both the challenges of investigating serial crimes across many years and the importance of preserving evidence even when immediate answers are unavailable. The breakthrough came through advances in forensic science. Biological evidence collected years earlier was re-examined using improved DNA profiling techniques, ultimately providing the proof investigators needed to identify Gary Ridgway as the Green River Killer. The case became a landmark example of how modern forensic technology can solve crimes that once appeared impossible to resolve, reinforcing the value of carefully preserving evidence from unsolved investigations. Ridgway's guilty plea also allowed investigators to recover additional victims and clarify details that had remained unanswered for years. Although he confessed to killing far more women than the number for which he was convicted, Law enforcement continued requiring reliable evidence before officially attributing additional murders to him. The investigation therefore remained focused on verified facts rather than unsupported claims, ensuring that each conclusion was supported by available evidence. Even after his convictions, detectives continued reviewing missing person cases and unidentified remains that might be connected to the Green River investigation. Advances in DNA testing led to the identification of additional victims years after the original crimes, providing long-awaited answers to families and strengthening the historical record of the case. Today, the Green River case stands as a lasting reminder that cold cases are not forgotten cases. Persistence, scientific advancement, and cooperation between investigators ultimately transformed decades of unanswered questions into one of the most significant cold case resolutions in American criminal history. The first confirmed victim linked to the Grim Sleeper case was 9-year-old Deborah Ronette Jackson, whose body was discovered on the 10th of August 1985 in an alley near West Gage Avenue in the Vermont Slauson area of Los Angeles, California. She had been shot 3 times in the chest with a .25 caliber firearm. One of the defining features of the investigation was that many later victims were killed in a similar manner, allowing investigators to connect the crimes over time through ballistic evidence. As investigators continued examining unsolved homicides across South Los Angeles, they identified additional victims whose deaths shared striking similarities. In August 1986, Henrietta Wright was found dead after suffering multiple gunshot wounds. Her body had been left beneath a discarded mattress in an alley, and investigators believe she may have been killed elsewhere before being transported to that location. Over the following months and years, more women were found dead in alleys, vacant lots, and other outdoor locations throughout the area. Most of the known victims were Black women living in vulnerable circumstances, including women involved in street prostitution or struggling with drug addiction. Authorities determined that the offender frequently targeted women he believed could be approached without attracting immediate attention. After gaining their trust, he shot them with the same type of .25 caliber handgun before abandoning their bodies outdoors. As the number of victims increased, detectives recognized that several of the murders were connected. The repeated use of the same caliber weapon, the similar disposal locations, and the shared victim profile pointed toward a single offender operating across South Los Angeles. However, the investigation was complicated because the region was also experiencing numerous unrelated homicides involving women during the same period. Initially, investigators believed many of these killings were part of a broader series, attributed to an unidentified offender known as the Southside Slayer. As evidence accumulated, however, detectives began to question that theory. Differences in methods, suspect descriptions, and forensic findings suggested that multiple serial offenders, not just one, were active in South Los Angeles during the 1980s. Among those unsolved cases was one distinct series connected by the repeated use of a .25 caliber firearm, a pattern that would later become central to identifying the killer, eventually known as the Grim Sleeper. By January 1986, investigators had linked 15 murders to what was then believed to be the Southside Slayer investigation. The Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department expanded their joint investigation by forming the Southside Slayer Task Force, assigning additional detectives to examine the growing number of unsolved killings. Despite the increased manpower, identifying the offender proved extremely difficult. Leads produced few results, and investigators struggled to separate crimes committed by different offenders operating within the same area. Public criticism soon followed. Community activists argued that residents of South Central Los Angeles had not been warned quickly enough that a serial killer might be targeting vulnerable women. Weekly demonstrations were organized outside LAPD headquarters, calling for greater attention to the murders and additional investigative resources. Activists also urged city officials to increase the reward offered for information that could identify the killer. As detectives continued reviewing evidence, significant differences between many of the homicide cases became impossible to ignore. Variations in the methods used to kill victims, conflicting witness descriptions, and inconsistent forensic evidence suggested that the original theory was incomplete. Rather than one serial killer being responsible for every murder, investigators concluded that several different offenders were likely operating throughout South Los Angeles during the same period. Over time, authorities confirmed that multiple serial killers had indeed committed some of the murders originally grouped together under the Southside Slayer label. This left one particular group of unsolved killings that continued to stand apart. Those cases shared several consistent characteristics, including victims who had been shot at close range with a .25 caliber firearm. Forensic firearm examinations connected these murders to the same weapon, strengthening the belief that they had been committed by one offender. The earliest confirmed connection in that series linked the murders of Deborah Jackson in 1985 and Henrietta Wright in 1986. By 1987, investigators had connected 7 victims through ballistic evidence, all displaying similar crime scene characteristics. Despite these links, the identity of the killer remained unknown. Years later, after an apparent 4-year gap between known murders, investigators and the media began referring to this unidentified offender as the Grim Sleeper. The nickname reflected the unusually long period during which no confirmed murders in the series appeared to occur before the killings resumed in the early 2000s, giving the investigation an entirely new direction. After years of investigation and extensive pretrial proceedings, Lonnie David Franklin Jr. went to trial on the 16th of February 2016. Prosecutors charged him with 10 murders, 1 count of attempted murder, and additional offenses related to rape and sexual violence. The case relied heavily on DNA evidence, ballistic findings, witness testimony, and physical evidence collected during the investigation. Together, prosecutors argued that the evidence established Franklin as the man responsible for the series of killings that had become known as the Grim Sleeper case. The trial lasted for several months as jurors heard testimony from investigators, forensic specialists, and witnesses connected to the investigation. Evidence presented in court traced the murders across more than 2 decades, beginning in the mid-1980s and continuing until 2007. Prosecutors also presented details regarding the investigation that ultimately led to Franklin's identification through familial DNA analysis and the DNA match obtained from items he had discarded before his arrest. Closing arguments began on the 2nd of May, 2016, and the jury started deliberating on May 4. After approximately a day and a half of deliberations, the jury returned its verdict on the 5th of May, 2016. Franklin was found guilty on all counts, including the murders of 9 women and 1 teenage girl, as well as the attempted murder charge. During the sentencing phase, prosecutors introduced evidence concerning 4 additional women they believe Franklin had killed. According to the available information, those cases were not included in the original trial because prosecutors determined that adding further charges could delay the proceedings. The evidence was presented during sentencing but did not result in additional convictions. On the 6th of June 2016, the jury recommended that Franklin receive the death penalty. The Los Angeles Superior Court formally sentenced him on the 10th of August 2016, imposing a sentence of death for each of the 10 murder convictions. The judgment concluded the criminal trial, bringing decades of investigation and prosecution to a legal resolution based on the charges proven in court. The victims identified in the Grim Sleeper investigation shared several common characteristics. Most were Black women living in vulnerable circumstances, including women involved in street prostitution or struggling with drug addiction. Investigators determined that nearly all of the victims were found outdoors, often in alleys or other isolated locations across South Los Angeles. The confirmed murders spanned from 1985 to 2007, although authorities believe there were likely additional unidentified victims whose cases had not been conclusively linked through available evidence. During the investigation, prosecutors stated that Franklin's first suspected victim was Sharon Alicia Dismuke, who was killed in 1984, while Deborah Ronette Jackson became the first confirmed victim connected through forensic evidence. The final confirmed murder was Janisha Lavette Peters, whose death in 2007 helped revive the investigation through DNA analysis. Authorities also continued examining several missing persons cases and unsolved homicides that they believed might be connected, but not all resulted in formal criminal charges. Following his conviction and sentencing, Franklin remained incarcerated, while investigators continued reviewing evidence from unsolved cases. Although additional information was examined after the trial, the legal case concluded with the convictions already secured in court. On the 28th of March 2020, prison staff found Lonnie David Franklin Jr. dead inside his cell at San Quentin State Prison in California. Officials reported no signs of trauma, and the cause of death was never publicly released. His death ended any possibility of future criminal trials involving him. Even after his death, The Grim Sleeper investigation continued to influence cold case work. Detectives kept reviewing evidence, unidentified victims, and unsolved disappearances that might have been connected to the case. While many questions were answered through DNA technology, arrests, and courtroom proceedings, investigators acknowledged that the full number of Franklin's victims may never be known with certainty. The case remains one of the most significant serial murder investigations in Los Angeles history, demonstrating how advances in forensic science eventually solved crimes that had remained unsolved for decades. Michelle Marie Martinko was born on the 6th of October 1961 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. On the evening of the 19th of December 1979, the 18-year-old Kennedy High School senior attended a choir banquet at the Sheraton Inn in Cedar Rapids. After the event, she planned to stop at Westdale Mall, where she worked, to complete the purchase of a winter coat that had been placed on layaway. She invited two friends to go with her, but both ultimately declined, leaving her to visit the mall alone. Witnesses later reported seeing Michelle speaking with friends and employees inside the mall before she was last seen shortly before 9 p.m. near a jewelry store. When she failed to return home that night, her family became concerned. Around 2 a.m. on December 20, her father reported her missing and began searching for her, while police also started looking throughout Cedar Rapids. At approximately 4 a.m., officers located the Martinko family's 1972 Buick Electra in the northeast section of the Westdale Mall parking lot near J.C. Penney. Michelle was discovered inside the vehicle, collapsed across the passenger seat. She had been stabbed multiple times in the face, neck, and chest. Investigators also documented defensive wounds on her hands, indicating she had fought against her attacker during the assault. Police determined that the attack had taken place inside the vehicle because there was no significant blood evidence outside the car. The medical examiner estimated that Michelle had died sometime between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Investigators concluded that robbery was not the motive because cash remained inside her purse, and the examination found no evidence of sexual assault. The murder weapon appeared to have been a sharp-pointed object, although its exact type could not be identified. No usable fingerprints were recovered, leading investigators to believe the killer may have worn gloves. From the beginning, detectives believed the unusually violent nature of the attack suggested the killing was deeply personal, but they had no clear suspect and very few immediate leads. Police immediately appealed to the public for information, but the investigation produced few solid leads. During the first weeks after Michelle Martinko's murder, detectives interviewed hundreds of people, followed up on numerous tips, and attempted to reconstruct her final movements at Westdale Mall. Several individuals were questioned extensively and later eliminated through interviews, alibis, or polygraph examinations. Investigators also looked into local rumors, including reports that Michelle had received threatening phone calls before her death, but police stated they found no evidence supporting those claims. Another early development involved a woman who later reported seeing two vehicles in the mall parking lot during the early morning hours of December 20. She recalled noticing a man standing beside the driver's door of one of the cars, later believed to be Michelle's vehicle. However, because she initially believed the information was unrelated to the timeline reported in the news, the observation was never immediately passed to detectives. By the time police learned about her account months later, valuable investigative opportunities had already been lost. As the case continued, detectives pursued multiple suspects. One man who had committed a violent knife attack in Cedar Rapids shortly before Michelle's murder became a significant person of interest. Although investigators carefully examined his background and questioned him extensively, he denied involvement. Years later, DNA testing conclusively excluded him as the source of the biological evidence recovered from the crime scene. In June 1980, investigators released a composite sketch based on descriptions provided by witnesses under hypnosis. The sketch portrayed a young white male believed to have been seen near the shopping center around the time of the killing. Detectives continued conducting interviews, with hundreds of people questioned and dozens participating in hypnosis sessions in hopes of recovering forgotten details. Despite these efforts, no arrest followed. As months turned into years, the investigation gradually slowed. A reward was offered for information leading to the killer, but no evidence proved sufficient to identify the person responsible, and Michelle Martinko's murder eventually became one of Iowa's most enduring cold cases. By the mid-1980s, the investigation had largely stalled despite years of interviews, public appeals, and repeated reviews of the evidence. Michelle Martinko's parents continued, hoping that the person responsible would eventually be identified. but the case remained unsolved. Her father later filed a lawsuit against the owners of Westdale Mall, alleging that reasonable security had not been provided on the night of the murder. The legal dispute ultimately reached the Iowa Supreme Court, which ruled in favor of the mall owners. Michelle's father died in 1995, followed by her mother in 1998, both without seeing the case resolved. A major breakthrough finally came in 2006 when a newly assigned cold case investigator reopened the evidence. While carefully reviewing preserved case files and clothing collected from the original investigation, the investigator discovered what was believed to be previously unidentified blood belonging to the killer. Using modern forensic techniques unavailable in 1979, specialists developed a partial DNA profile from the sample. The DNA profile was entered into the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, the national law enforcement database used to compare crime scene DNA with known offenders. Despite the strength of the profile, no matches were found. Investigators continued collecting DNA samples from numerous individuals who had been considered potential suspects over the years. More than 60 people were eventually tested and eliminated, while many additional tips failed to identify the killer. In 2017, investigators turned to a company specializing in DNA phenotyping to generate an updated approximation of the suspect's appearance based solely on genetic information. The resulting images differed significantly from the original 1,980 composite sketch, depicting a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, while also providing age-progressed versions reflecting the decades that had passed. After the new images were released publicly, police received more than 100 additional tips. Although none immediately solved the case, the renewed attention generated valuable information and marked the beginning of a new investigative strategy that relied on advances in forensic science rather than traditional witness testimony alone. In 2018, investigators adopted a different approach by using forensic genetic genealogy. The DNA data developed from the unidentified blood sample was uploaded to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database that had previously helped investigators solve other long unsolved cases. Rather than searching for an exact match, the analysis identified a distant biological relative of the unknown suspect. Genealogists then began constructing an extensive family tree, tracing multiple generations to determine which branch could have produced the person responsible for Michelle Martinko's murder. As detectives systematically eliminated entire branches of the family through additional DNA testing, the investigation narrowed to 3 brothers from Manchester, Iowa. Investigators placed the brothers under surveillance while seeking an opportunity to obtain a DNA sample without alerting them to the investigation. On the 29th of October 2018, detectives observed Jerry Lynn Burns using a plastic straw while drinking soft drinks. After he discarded the straw, investigators legally recovered it and submitted it for forensic testing. Laboratory analysis revealed that the DNA obtained from the straw matched the unidentified blood recovered from Michelle Martinko's clothing. The remaining 2 brothers were eliminated through DNA comparisons, leaving Burns as the only individual whose genetic profile matched the crime scene evidence. On the 19th of December 2018, exactly 39 years after Michelle's murder, investigators traveled to Burns' business in Manchester, Iowa, to question him. During the interview, Burns denied knowing Michelle and stated that he had not been present when she died. He declined to voluntarily provide a DNA sample, prompting investigators to obtain one through a search warrant. He was also unable to explain why his DNA matched the biological evidence recovered from the victim's clothing. According to investigators, Burns displayed very little emotion throughout the interview after laboratory testing confirmed the warrant-obtained sample matched the crime scene evidence. Authorities arrested Jerry Lynn Burns and charged him with first-degree murder, ending nearly 4 decades of uncertainty in one of Iowa's longest-running cold case investigations. Following his arrest, Jerry Lynn Burns entered a plea of not guilty to the charge of first-degree murder. The trial was originally scheduled for October 2019, but was postponed after the defense requested additional time to gather evidence and interview witnesses. The defense also argued that extensive publicity surrounding the case over nearly 4 decades made it difficult to seat an impartial jury in Lynn County. The request was not opposed by prosecutors, and the trial was moved to Scott County, where jury selection began in February 2020. Before the trial, Burns' attorneys challenged the way investigators had obtained his DNA from the discarded plastic straw, arguing that police should have secured a search warrant before collecting it. The court rejected that argument, ruling that discarded property did not carry a reasonable expectation of privacy. The defense also sought to exclude evidence from Burns's internet browsing history, but the judge ruled that the material would not be presented to the jury because it was too far removed in time from the 1979 murder. The murder trial began on the 12th of February 2020. Prosecutors relied heavily on DNA evidence, emphasizing that the blood recovered from Michelle Martinko's clothing matched Jerry Burns' genetic profile. Retired investigators and the medical examiner who had participated in the original investigation testified about the crime scene, the autopsy, and the decades-long effort to identify the killer. Jurors also watched recordings of Burns' police interview, during which he denied being at the scene and could not explain why his DNA was connected to the evidence. The defense argued that biological evidence may have been mishandled over the years and suggested the possibility of secondary DNA transfer. A forensic consultant testified about that possibility, although he did not state that it had occurred in this case. Prosecutors responded with testimony, explaining that the evidence had been handled according to accepted forensic practices. After hearing the evidence and arguments from both sides, the case was submitted to the jury for deliberation, bringing the decades-old investigation to its final stage. On the 24th of February 2020, after reviewing the evidence presented during the trial, the jury reached a decision after approximately 3 hours of deliberation. Jerry Lynn Burns was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Michelle Martinko. The conviction marked the end of a nearly 40-year investigation that had remained unsolved despite decades of police work, witness interviews, and advances in forensic technology. Under Iowa law, a conviction for first-degree murder carries a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Before sentencing, Burns' defense team requested a new trial, arguing that legal errors had occurred during the proceedings and that issues involving the collection and use of DNA evidence should have affected the outcome. The court reviewed the arguments but did not overturn the conviction. On the 7th of August 2020, Jerry Lynn Burns was formally sentenced to life in prison without parole for the murder of Michelle Martinko. The sentence brought legal consequences to a case that had remained open since 1979, when an 8-year-old high school student was found murdered inside her family's vehicle at Westdale Mall in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Burns later appealed his conviction, arguing that investigators had violated his rights by collecting his discarded DNA sample and that there were additional issues related to evidence presented during the trial. The appeal was reviewed by the Iowa Supreme Court, which considered the arguments raised by the defense. On the 31st of March 2023, the Iowa Supreme Court upheld Jerry Lynn Burns' conviction, rejecting his appeal and confirming the original verdict. The decision left the life sentence in place and officially ended the remaining legal challenges connected to the case. After nearly 4 decades of unanswered questions, the investigation into Michelle Martinko's murder was resolved through a combination of preserved evidence, modern DNA analysis, and forensic genetic genealogy. The case became an example of how advances in science can help investigators identify suspects in crimes that once appeared impossible to solve. For Michelle's family and investigators, the conviction provided a conclusion to a mystery that had lasted for generations. Carla Jan Walker was born on the 31st of January 1957 in Fort Worth, Texas. She was 17 years old when she became the victim of one of the most disturbing unsolved murder cases in the history of Fort Worth. On the evening of the 17th of February 1974, Carla Walker attended a dance at Western Hills High School. After the event, she went with her boyfriend, Rodney McCoy, to the parking lot of Brunswick Riglia Bowl in Fort Worth. The two teenagers were sitting inside McCoy's car when an unknown man suddenly approached them. Without warning, the attacker opened the car door and began assaulting them. During the attack, the suspect dropped the magazine from his firearm inside the vehicle. Rodney McCoy was struck with the weapon and knocked unconscious. His final memory before losing consciousness was seeing Carla being pulled away from the vehicle while she screamed for help. When McCoy regained consciousness, Carla was gone. He immediately went to Carla's home and informed her parents that she had been taken. Police were contacted, and officers began searching the parking lot and surrounding area where the kidnapping occurred. Investigators recovered Carla's purse and the magazine from the suspect's gun, which became important pieces of evidence in the investigation. At that time, investigators had very limited information about the attacker. McCoy described the suspect as a white male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall. The disappearance quickly became a major investigation in Fort Worth as police searched for answers about what happened to the missing teenager. 3 days later, on the 20th of February 1974, investigators made a tragic discovery. Carla Walker's body was found inside a culvert near Lake Benbrook, approximately 30 minutes south of Fort Worth. The discovery changed the case from a kidnapping investigation into a homicide investigation. Authorities began collecting evidence from the crime scene, hoping to identify the person responsible for Carla's death. After Carla Walker's body was discovered on the 20th of February 1974, investigators began a detailed examination of the crime scene and the evidence connected to her death. The autopsy revealed that Carla had suffered severe injuries before her death. Investigators determined that she had been alive for approximately 2 days after she was abducted. She had been beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled. Toxicology testing also showed that morphine had been found in her system. The investigation became one of the highest priority cases for Fort Worth authorities. Detectives worked to identify the person responsible by examining every piece of available evidence. At the crime scene and from Carla's clothing, investigators recovered biological evidence believed to have come from the attacker. Her dress and other clothing items were carefully preserved because detectives understood that future advances in forensic technology might help identify the killer. However, in 1974, DNA testing did not exist. The biological evidence collected from the case could not be used to identify a specific person. Investigators interviewed numerous people and developed several possible suspects. One person who attracted attention was Glenn Samuel McCurley, a man who had purchased a .22 Ruger pistol that used the same type of magazine found at the bowling alley parking lot. When questioned by police, McCurley stated that his firearm had been stolen from his truck. He agreed to take a polygraph examination, and after he passed the test, investigators did not consider him a suspect at that time. As years passed, the case continued without an arrest. The evidence remained preserved, but investigators lacked the technology needed to connect the biological material to a specific individual. A mysterious letter also became part of the investigation. A person claimed to have information about the killer, but the letter did not provide enough evidence to identify or charge anyone. For decades, Carla Walker's murder remained unsolved. The case became a cold case, but investigators never completely closed the file. The biological evidence collected in 1974 would eventually become the key to solving the case, as advances in forensic science decades later allowed detectives to revisit evidence that had remained untouched for years. For 46 years, the murder of Carla Walker remained unsolved. The evidence collected in 1974 stayed preserved, waiting for technology that did not exist at the time of the crime. In 2020, investigators decided to take another look at the biological evidence recovered from Carla Walker's clothing. The evidence was sent to Othram Incorporated, a company specializing in advanced DNA testing of older and degraded samples. The new forensic technology allowed scientists to develop a DNA profile from the evidence that had remained unsolved for decades. The DNA results provided investigators with a new direction. Detectives began working with the genetic information and continued searching for a possible connection to the person responsible for Carla's murder. The investigation eventually led authorities back to Glenn Samuel McCurley, who had previously been questioned in the original investigation because of his connection to a firearm that matched evidence found at the crime scene. At the time of the original investigation, McCurley had been interviewed by police. He had explained that his .22 Ruger pistol was stolen from his truck. After taking a polygraph examination and passing it, he was no longer considered a primary suspect. Decades later, investigators re-examined his possible connection using modern DNA methods. In 2020, detectives collected DNA evidence connected to McCurley from discarded material outside his home. The sample was tested and compared with the DNA profile developed from evidence recovered from Carla Walker's clothing. The results showed a match between McCurley's DNA and the biological evidence connected to the crime scene. Investigators then interviewed McCurley again. He agreed to provide a cheek swab, and further testing confirmed the DNA connection. After nearly half a century, authorities finally had the evidence needed to identify a suspect in Carla Walker's murder. On the 21st of December 2020, Glenn Samuel McCurley was arrested and charged in connection with the 1,974 killing of 17-year-old Carla Walker. The arrest marked a major breakthrough in one of Texas's longest-running cold cases. A case that had remained unanswered for 46 years was now moving toward a courtroom where prosecutors would present the evidence gathered over decades. After Glenn Samuel McCurley was arrested in 2020, the case moved into the legal process. Prosecutors prepared to present decades of evidence that connected McCurley to the murder of Carla Walker. The case received renewed attention because of the amount of time that had passed since the crime. For investigators, the main focus was proving that the DNA evidence recovered from Carla's clothing was connected to McCurley. During the investigation, authorities also revisited other evidence from 1974. One important piece of evidence was the .22 Ruger pistol connected to McCurley. Investigators discovered that the firearm, which McCurley had previously claimed was stolen, was still hidden inside his home decades later. The weapon became another significant part of the prosecution's case because it matched the type of firearm connected to evidence recovered from the night Carla was abducted. McCurley's trial began in August 2021. Prosecutors presented evidence gathered from both the original investigation and the modern forensic examination. The case included testimony about the events of the 17th of February 1974, the discovery of Carla's body, the evidence collected at the crime scene, and the DNA testing that finally identified a suspect. For decades, investigators had preserved the evidence from Carla's clothing, but the technology needed to analyze it did not exist during the original investigation. The DNA breakthrough became the central evidence that connected McCurley to the crime. During the trial, prosecutors argued that the DNA match and additional evidence showed McCurley was responsible for Carla Walker's death. As the trial continued, McCurley faced the possibility of being convicted after nearly 50 years of unanswered questions surrounding the case. On the third day of the trial, Glenn Samuel McCurley changed his plea and pleaded guilty to the murder of Carla Walker. The guilty plea ended the courtroom battle before the trial reached a full conclusion. After decades of uncertainty, the family of Carla Walker finally received a legal resolution in the case. McCurley was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Carla Walker. After Glenn Samuel, McCurley pleaded guilty to the murder of Carla Walker in 2022. The court moved forward with sentencing. McCurley received a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentence officially ended a case that had remained unresolved for 46 years. For Carla Walker's family and the investigators who worked on the case across multiple generations, the conviction represented the conclusion of a long investigation that began in 1974. The case demonstrated how advances in forensic science changed the way cold cases could be investigated. Evidence that had been collected decades earlier, but could not be analyzed at the time, eventually became the key to identifying the person responsible. Investigators credited the breakthrough to the combination of preserved evidence, modern DNA technology, and continued efforts by detectives who returned to the case years later. Although McCurley was convicted for Carla Walker's murder, investigators also examined whether he could have been connected to other crimes involving young women in the Fort Worth area during the 1970s and 1980s. Authorities considered possible connections to other unsolved cases, but McCurley was never charged with any additional crimes. During the investigation, detectives also reviewed his past and the circumstances surrounding the original crime. However, the evidence presented in court focused specifically on the murder of Carla Walker. The case became an example of how families of cold case victims can wait decades before receiving answers. Carla's death had remained unresolved through changing generations of investigators, but the preserved evidence eventually allowed authorities to identify and prosecute the person responsible. Glenn Samuel McCurley remained incarcerated following his conviction. He later died in July 2023 while serving his sentence. The death of McCurley did not change the outcome of the case. His conviction remained the official legal conclusion, and Carla Walker's name became associated with one of the longest-running cold cases in Texas history to be solved through DNA evidence. The murder of Carla Jan Walker began as a tragic crime in Fort Worth, Texas, on the 17th of February 1974 and remained unanswered for nearly half a century. At only 17 years old, Carla was a high school student whose life ended after she was taken from a bowling alley parking lot. The investigation that followed involved extensive police work, interviews, evidence collection, and years of searching for answers. The case remained unsolved for decades because investigators did not have the technology needed to analyze the biological evidence recovered from the crime scene. However, the evidence was preserved, and advances in forensic science eventually allowed investigators to reopen the case. In 2020, advanced DNA testing provided the breakthrough that detectives had been waiting for. The DNA evidence connected Glenn Samuel McCurley to the crime. After further investigation and additional testing, authorities arrested him and charged him with Carla Walker's murder. In 2022, McCurley pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Carla Walker case became another example of how modern DNA technology has transformed cold case investigations. Evidence collected decades earlier can now provide answers that were impossible to obtain at the time. For investigators, the case showed the importance of preserving evidence and continuing to search for the truth even when many years have passed. For Carla Walker's family, the conviction brought a legal resolution after decades of waiting. The case officially ended with Glenn Samuel McCurley's conviction and later death in prison in July 2023. More than 46 years after Carla Walker was killed, the investigation that began in 1974 finally reached its conclusion through the combination of traditional police work and modern forensic science. On the 23rd of March, 2001, in Bristol County, Massachusetts, Rose's father arrived at her home to pick her up for a scheduled doctor's appointment. Instead of finding her preparing to leave, he discovered her body lying on the bathroom floor. Faced with the shocking scene, he immediately contacted law enforcement, beginning an investigation that would focus on documenting the circumstances surrounding her death and identifying the person responsible. When investigators arrived at the residence, they carefully examined the crime scene and recorded their initial observations. They found that Rose's purse had been emptied onto the floor, and an undetermined amount of cash was missing. These findings suggested that property had been taken from the home. The autopsy later documented extensive trauma to Rose's head, including multiple skull fractures. According to investigators, the injuries had been inflicted using 3 household objects: a seashell, a fireplace poker, and a cast iron kettle. Because money appeared to have been stolen, detectives initially believed burglary was the most likely motive behind the attack. However, another important detail complicated that theory. Investigators found no signs of forced entry anywhere in the home. The absence of forced entry suggested that Rose may have known the individual who entered the residence, allowing that person inside without resistance. During their examination of the evidence, investigators recovered DNA from the seashell believed to have been used during the assault. Although they recognized the potential significance of that biological evidence, forensic DNA technology available at the time was not advanced enough to produce the analysis needed to identify its contributor. As a result, the evidence was preserved, while the investigation continued without a confirmed DNA identification. Following the homicide, investigators continued documenting every aspect of the crime scene and preserving the physical evidence recovered from Rose's home. Among the items retained was DNA collected from the seashell, identified as one of the objects used during the attack. Detectives recognized that this biological evidence could eventually become important, so it was carefully preserved despite the limitations of forensic science available at the time. Although investigators possessed the DNA sample, testing methods available in 2001 could not produce a usable profile from the material recovered. Without a profile, authorities could not identify the person who had left the DNA on the seashell. The evidence remained significant, but it could not provide investigators with the answers they needed to identify a suspect during the early stages of the investigation. Detectives continued working under the belief that robbery had likely played a role because cash was missing from Rose's purse. At the same time, they also considered another important fact documented during the investigation. There were no signs of forced entry into the residence, leaving open the possibility that the person responsible had been someone familiar to Rose. Even with those observations, investigators lacked sufficient evidence to determine the attacker's identity. As the years passed, the case remained unresolved. The preserved evidence stayed in official custody, allowing investigators the opportunity to examine it again when forensic DNA technology advanced. Rather than introducing unsupported theories, the investigation remained grounded in the documented evidence, waiting for scientific developments that could provide information unavailable during the original investigation. In 2019, investigators from the District Attorney's Office and the Massachusetts State Police reopened Rose's case. Advances in DNA analysis prompted authorities to re-examine evidence that had been preserved since the original investigation. Investigators reconsidered how the seashell had been used during the assault. Because of its spiky exterior, they concluded the person holding it would most likely have placed fingers inside the shell. That assessment directed forensic specialists toward a different area of the object for DNA collection. Using improved forensic techniques, authorities recovered sufficient biological material to create a complete DNA profile. The resulting profile identified the contributor as David Reed, who was Rose's half-brother. The investigation also documented that Reed had served as a pallbearer at Rose's funeral. This fact formed part of the official investigative record while authorities continued following the forensic evidence. The identification resulted directly from advancements in DNA analysis rather than newly discovered physical evidence. For many years, the preserved seashell had contained biological material that investigators could not fully analyze. Modern forensic methods changed that outcome by recovering enough usable DNA to establish a reliable profile. Once compared through official procedures, the evidence identified Reed and transformed material once considered unusable into the investigative breakthrough that moved Rose's case forward nearly 2 decades after the homicide. The renewed examination demonstrated how preserved evidence could gain new investigative value as scientific techniques improved over time. Rather than relying on speculation, investigators followed documented forensic results that connected the recovered DNA to Reed, allowing the long-preserved evidence to become the central development that advanced the official investigation after years without definitive forensic answers. According to officials, another documented series of events involving David Reed unfolded after Rose's death. On the 10th of June 2003, authorities stated that Reed assaulted a 5-year-old woman, identified as Helen Cardwell, while she was seated inside his truck. Investigators reported that he beat her, forced her out of the vehicle, stole her pocketbook, and left her in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Following the incident, Helen Cardwell pressed charges, beginning a separate criminal investigation. After the report was filed, police attempted to locate Reed so the case could proceed through the legal process. More than a month later, officers encountered him during an effort to take him into custody. According to authorities, the encounter escalated when Reed allegedly rammed his truck into a law enforcement vehicle, injuring an officer. The incident became another documented part of the official record as investigators continued trying to apprehend him. Although officers eventually caught up with Reed, authorities stated that he fled Massachusetts before he could stand trial in 2004. His departure prevented the scheduled court proceedings from moving forward at that time. The available background information documents the sequence of reported events without extending beyond the official allegations or investigative findings described by authorities. These developments are presented chronologically because they form part of the documented history connected to Reed after Rose's death. The reported assault involving Helen Cardwell, the subsequent police efforts to locate him, the alleged collision with a police vehicle that injured an officer, and his departure from Massachusetts before trial are all recorded as official investigative events. Beyond those documented facts, no additional conclusions are drawn. The narrative remains limited to the information provided by investigators and the recorded law enforcement response, preserving the distinction between official allegations, reported actions, and the procedural events that followed before the case could proceed through the court system at that time. After leaving Massachusetts, David Reed remained a fugitive for approximately a decade. According to the available background information, he lived in Florida, Hawaii, and Alabama during that period. His absence from Massachusetts delayed further legal proceedings connected to the earlier investigation, while authorities continued efforts to locate him. In 2015, authorities located and arrested Reed. By that time, the assault case involving Helen Cardwell could no longer move forward as originally planned. According to the background information, Cardwell had died 6 months before Reed's arrest, leaving prosecutors without sufficient evidence to continue pursuing that particular case. As a result, the charges related to the reported assault were dropped. Although those charges could not proceed, Reed still faced prosecution for other offenses connected to the earlier investigation. Authorities continued with charges involving attempting to flee from police, ramming a police cruiser, and bail jumping. Following those proceedings, Reed received a prison sentence of 3.5 to 4 years. His incarceration marked another documented stage in the sequence of official events surrounding the case. During the booking and correctional process, law enforcement collected Reed's DNA. At the time, this was a routine part of the correctional process, but the sample later became significant during the renewed investigation into Rose's death. Investigators had already developed a DNA profile from biological material recovered from the seashell preserved as evidence from the crime scene. The DNA collected while Reed was imprisoned provided the sample needed for comparison. According to the investigation, The comparison confirmed that Reed's DNA matched the forensic profile developed from the seashell. This result connected the DNA collected during his imprisonment with evidence that had been preserved since the original investigation. The official investigative timeline shows how the preserved crime scene evidence and the DNA obtained during Reed's incarceration ultimately converged through modern forensic analysis. These documented developments advanced the investigation using established forensic procedures and evidence already retained by authorities, without relying on additional information beyond the background provided. The confirmed DNA comparison became a central investigative development, linking the preserved evidence from Rose's crime scene to the sample collected during Reed's imprisonment years later. In January 2022, authorities announced the next major development in the investigation into Rose's death. Based on DNA evidence developed through the renewed forensic examination, investigators arrested David Reed in connection with the death of his half-sister. The arrest followed years of investigative work centered on evidence that had been preserved since the original crime scene examination in 2001. According to investigators, the DNA recovered from the seashell was successfully matched to Reed after advances in forensic testing made a complete DNA profile possible. Authorities compared that profile with the DNA collected during Reed's imprisonment, and the comparison produced the confirmed match that investigators had been unable to obtain during the original investigation. This forensic result marked the culmination of investigative efforts spanning more than 2 decades. Authorities also revisited the case involving Helen Cardwell, the woman Reed had allegedly assaulted in 2003. The renewed attention to that case formed part of the official developments announced alongside Reed's arrest. The documented investigative actions remained focused on the available evidence and the procedural steps taken by law enforcement following the DNA identification. The investigation concluded this phase without extending beyond the documented information contained in the official record. The preserved physical evidence collected at the original crime scene remained central throughout the case, even though it could not initially provide a usable forensic result. Improvements in DNA technology eventually allowed investigators to recover and analyze biological material that had previously remained beyond the capabilities of available testing methods. The official timeline demonstrates how evidence collected in 2001 continued to hold investigative value many years later. Through advances in forensic science in comparison with DNA obtained during Reed's imprisonment, investigators identified a suspect using preserved evidence rather than newly discovered material. The documented developments illustrate how long-term evidence preservation, combined with improved forensic analysis, ultimately advanced the investigation while remaining grounded entirely in official investigative findings and procedures. On April 26, Pertinia's body was discovered lying in a carport in Gardena, California. Someone backing a vehicle out of one of the 4 stalls found her and immediately alerted authorities. Law enforcement officers responded to the scene, and investigators began documenting the circumstances surrounding her death. The medical examiner determined that Pertinia had been strangled. Investigators carefully processed the crime scene, collecting physical evidence that could assist the investigation. Among the items recovered were fingerprints on Pertinia's purse that did not belong to her. Authorities also recovered DNA from a man at the crime scene. Detectives believe the DNA likely belonged to the person responsible for her death. Although investigators preserved this forensic evidence, DNA technology available at the time could not generate the investigative results needed to identify its contributor. Without a usable identification, investigators could not connect the fingerprints or DNA to a specific individual. They continued examining the available evidence, but they were unable to develop sufficient leads that identified a suspect. Even with potentially significant forensic evidence collected from the crime scene, the investigation could not move beyond its early stages. The preserved fingerprints and DNA remained important pieces of evidence. Yet, the available scientific methods prevented investigators from determining who had left them. As a result, the case remained unresolved, while authorities retained the evidence for future examination. When forensic technology eventually improved, every documented finding was carefully retained, but no additional investigative lead provided the information necessary to identify the person responsible. The investigation, therefore, remained without an immediate resolution despite continued efforts. In the years following Pertinia's homicide, investigators continued reviewing the evidence collected during the original examination of the crime scene. Their work remained centered on the unidentified fingerprints recovered from her purse and the male DNA preserved from the scene. Detectives recognized that both forms of forensic evidence could prove significant if the individual connected to them could eventually be identified through scientific analysis. Despite the importance of the preserved evidence, the forensic technology available at the time limited the investigation. Authorities could not generate the information necessary to identify the contributor of the DNA, and the unidentified fingerprints also failed to lead investigators to a suspect. Without the ability to associate the evidence with a specific individual, detectives were unable to move the investigation forward using the available forensic results. Investigators continued searching for additional leads, but the background information indicates that no other useful evidence emerged beyond the material already collected at the crime scene. Without stronger forensic capabilities or other investigative information pointing toward a suspect, progress steadily slowed. The investigation gradually reached a standstill as available avenues were exhausted. Although the case could not be solved, authorities carefully preserved the physical evidence recovered during the original investigation. The fingerprints and DNA remained securely retained because investigators understood that future advances in forensic science might eventually provide answers unavailable at the time. The inability to identify the DNA contributor, combined with the absence of additional investigative leads, ultimately caused the case to go cold. Throughout this period, the investigation remained grounded entirely in the documented evidence already collected, with no unsupported theories or speculative conclusions introduced while authorities awaited future technological developments that might allow the preserved evidence to be examined again. In 2021, investigators reopened Pertinia's case using advances in forensic DNA technology. Authorities resubmitted the evidence collected from the original crime scene for renewed testing with improved scientific methods. The updated analysis produced results that investigators had been unable to obtain years earlier. According to the background information, the forensic examination identified 6-year-old Charles Wright. Based on those investigative findings, authorities arrested Wright on January 27, 2022. The arrest resulted from renewed forensic analysis of evidence preserved from the original investigation rather than newly discovered evidence. Investigators submitted the preserved forensic material for additional examination because advances in DNA testing offered capabilities unavailable during the original investigation. Using improved scientific techniques, forensic specialists generated results that earlier testing could not produce. Those findings transformed previously preserved forensic material into evidence capable of identifying a suspect. The reopening of the investigation demonstrated how technological progress allowed authorities to extract meaningful information from evidence that had remained unresolved for years. The renewed investigation marked a significant development after the case had remained unsolved for many years. Rather than relying on newly discovered evidence, investigators advanced the case by re-examining material collected during the original crime scene investigation. The identification of Charles Wright resulted directly from updated forensic analysis of preserved evidence, illustrating how improvements in DNA technology enabled investigators to move the investigation forward through documented scientific examination alone. The case demonstrated the value of preserving physical evidence even when earlier forensic methods could not provide answers. Once improved technology became available, investigators revisited the same evidence, obtained usable results, identified a suspect, and achieved an investigative breakthrough after many years of unanswered questions. Following his arrest, Charles Wright publicly denied any involvement in Pertinia's death. According to the background information, he maintained that he did not commit the crime. He stated that the evidence did not accurately reflect his involvement and offered an explanation for how investigators could have found his fingerprints on Pertinia's purse. Wright explained that he sold purses, tennis shoes, and clothing from the trunk of his car. According to his account, that business activity was the only reason his fingerprints could have appeared on the purse. He said people who had purchased bags from him during that time period could confirm his explanation. Wright also stated, "I didn't do this." He added, "The thing is, everybody that knows me knows that I used to sell bags and clothes out of my car. That's the only possible way it could happen." These remarks formed part of his documented public response following his arrest. Based on the provided background information, Wright had greater difficulty explaining why his DNA was found at the crime scene. The available information includes his explanation regarding the fingerprints and his denial of involvement, but it does not describe a comparable explanation for the DNA evidence. Throughout his statements, Wright continued asserting his innocence while maintaining that his previous business activities explain the fingerprint evidence. No conclusions are drawn regarding the credibility of his account, and no additional information beyond the supplied background is introduced. The narrative remains limited to his documented remarks and the investigative facts presented by authorities, without adding interpretation, speculation, or conclusions beyond the official record. The documentary presents Wright's response in chronological order, limiting the account to his documented statements, the investigative findings described by authorities, and the information contained within the supplied background material only. Following Charles Wright's arrest, official developments extended beyond the criminal investigation and included changes related to his employment and the continuing legal process. According to the background information, Wright had worked as a teacher since 1999. After the allegations became public, he stated that he resigned from the Inglewood Unified School District so he could devote his attention to defending himself against the charges filed in the case. The school district also responded through an official communication. County Administrator Erica F. Torres informed staff members and parents in a letter dated Saturday that district officials had learned of the allegations the previous day. The letter further stated that Wright would no longer be teaching at any schools within the district. The documented response focused on notifying the school community about the situation and explaining Wright's employment status following the announcement of the allegations. As the investigation continued, authorities also announced the next scheduled step in the legal process. According to the background information, Wright was scheduled for arraignment on the 28th of June 2022. The arraignment represented the next official court proceeding identified within the available timeline. The documented sequence of events remains limited to the information provided and does not extend beyond the scheduled court date. These developments are presented in chronological order, beginning with Wright's statement regarding his resignation, followed by the school district's official notification to staff and parents, and concluding with the announcement of the scheduled arraignment. No discussion of court proceedings beyond that scheduled appearance is included, because such information does not appear in the supplied background. The narrative remains focused entirely on the documented employment developments, the district's official response, and the announced legal timetable without introducing additional facts, speculation, or outcomes beyond the information provided by the background material alone. Following official announcements, investigators provided updates regarding the status of the case. Authorities asked anyone with information related to the investigation to anonymously contact Crime Stoppers, emphasizing that the investigation continued alongside the legal proceedings. Investigators also stated that it was not yet known why Wright allegedly committed the crime. Authorities further said they did not believe Wright and Pertinia knew one another before the incident. Those statements reflected the official information available during the investigation and were presented without additional interpretation or speculation. Throughout the investigation, preserved forensic evidence remained central to the case. Evidence collected during the original crime scene examination was retained, even though available technology could not initially identify the contributor of the recovered DNA. Years later, advances in forensic DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine that evidence using improved scientific methods. The renewed analysis enabled investigators to identify a suspect based on preserved evidence rather than newly discovered material. The documentary concludes with the official timeline, showing how careful evidence preservation and improved forensic techniques advanced the investigation after many years. It remains limited to documented investigative developments and avoids discussion of motives beyond what authorities stated or legal outcomes not included in the background information, maintaining a factual, chronological account based solely on the supplied investigative record without introducing fictional elements or unsupported conclusions throughout. Heather Hodges was 22 years old and lived in Rocky Mount, Virginia during 2012. She was a college student who had recently become a mother. At the time of the events surrounding her disappearance, she was dating Paul Reeves Jordan. These known details established the circumstances of Heather's life before investigators began searching for answers about what happened to her. On the 9th of April, 2012, Heather returned to the home she shared with Jordan after spending several days with her family. Her sister dropped her off at approximately 6:30 that morning. According to Jordan's account, the day continued normally until later that evening. He said that around 10:30 p.m., he left the residence to buy Heather a Blizzard from a nearby Dairy Queen. Jordan stated that when he returned home, Heather was no longer there. His description of the evening became part of the documented timeline that investigators reviewed during the early stages of the case. The available information does not provide additional details about what occurred between Heather's arrival at the residence that morning and Jordan's claim that she had disappeared later that night. 2 days later, on April 11, 2012, Jordan reported Heather missing. By that point, her family had not seen her since April 9. when she had been dropped off at the couple's home. Those documented events formed the initial timeline surrounding Heather Hodges' disappearance. They established the sequence of known circumstances before the investigation expanded, and law enforcement began examining the case in greater detail through subsequent investigative efforts. After Heather Hodges was reported missing, on April 11, 2012, investigators began examining the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. As the investigation moved forward, Paul Reeves Jordan quickly became a person of interest. His recent interactions with Heather and the information already available to law enforcement placed him under early investigative attention as detectives worked to establish a clear timeline of events. Investigators were already aware of Jordan's recent criminal case. On the 5th of April 2012, less than 1 week before Heather disappeared, he had been arrested on misdemeanor charges involving an attack against Heather's mother, Paula Hodges. According to the documented information, Jordan threw a chair and metal toys at Paula during the incident. The confrontation then escalated further when he chased her out of the couple's home while carrying a baseball bat. Those events had already resulted in criminal charges before Heather was reported missing, making them part of the known background investigators considered during the early stages of the case. The legal proceedings connected to that incident continued after Heather's disappearance. In July 2012, Jordan was convicted in the case and received a 1-year suspended sentence. Investigators also knew about an earlier conviction from 2007, when Jordan had been found guilty of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. These documented incidents formed part of the information available to law enforcement as the missing person investigation progressed. Based on Jordan's relationship with Heather, his recent arrest involving her mother, and his prior criminal conviction, investigators regarded him as a significant figure in the early investigation. The case continued to develop as detectives reviewed the known facts, organized the timeline, and pursued additional investigative steps based on the information available to them at that stage. After Heather Hodges disappeared, the investigation continued over the following years, while other legal developments involving Paul Reeves Jordan unfolded. Although time passed, investigators continued working the case and gathering information related to Heather's disappearance. The available background states that the investigation remained active as law enforcement pursued additional evidence connected to the circumstances surrounding her disappearance and death. In July 2017, Jordan was arrested in an unrelated incident. The following year, in June 2018, he pleaded guilty to abduction by force or intimidation. He received a 10-year prison sentence for that offense. These proceedings were separate from the investigation into Heather's disappearance, but they occurred while investigators continued examining her case and reviewing information collected over time. According to the background information, the continuing investigation yielded additional evidence relating to Jordan's involvement in Heather's disappearance and her death. No further details about that evidence were publicly provided in the source material, so the investigation continued without those specifics being explained. Law enforcement remained focused on the case, while Jordan served his prison sentence for the unrelated conviction. Despite the investigative progress described in the background information, one significant fact remained unchanged. Heather Hodges' body had not been located. Throughout the years following her disappearance, investigators continued their efforts while seeking evidence connected to the case. The confirmed information available from the source material ends with that continuing investigation and the fact that Heather's remains had still not been found. Investigators continued documenting developments while awaiting information that could assist. In April 2022, 10 years after Heather Hodges disappeared, a major legal development marked the investigation. A Franklin County grand jury indicted 49-year-old Paul Reeves Jordan for taking Heather Hodges' life and concealing her body. The indictment represented a significant step in the long-running case after years of continued investigative work. Following the indictment, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office released an official statement addressing the progress of the investigation. The statement expressed gratitude to current and former members of the Sheriff's Office who had worked diligently throughout the previous decade on the case. According to the statement, those collective efforts were directed toward obtaining justice for Heather Hodges and providing closure to her family and loved ones. The Sheriff's Office also emphasized that Heather's disappearance had always remained an active investigation and had never been considered a cold case. That clarification underscored the agency's position that investigators had continued pursuing the case without interruption over the years. The statement recognized the sustained commitment of investigators who continued working toward accountability and answers. At the time of the announcement, law enforcement did not immediately release additional information, explaining what evidence or investigative developments specifically led to the indictment. No further public details were disclosed regarding the basis for the charges beyond the official announcement. As presented in the available background information, the indictment marked an important legal development while leaving the supporting investigative details undisclosed to the public at that time. The official updates focused on the filing of the indictment and the acknowledgement of everyone who had contributed to the investigation during the preceding decade. Beyond those confirmed statements, authorities provided no further explanation regarding the investigative process or the information supporting the charges. The documentary therefore remains limited to the publicly released facts. It records the indictment, the sheriff's office statement, its recognition of investigators' efforts, its confirmation that the case had never become cold, and the absence of additional publicly disclosed evidence or investigative specifics at that stage. Those were the official developments described in the provided background information at the time of the indictment in April 2022. Heather Hodges' family remains central to the case. Following the 2022 indictment, Heather's sister, Crystal Songer, publicly responded after the charges were announced. According to the background information, Songer said there had never been any doubt in her mind about Jordan's involvement. Over the previous decade, she advocated for justice on Heather's behalf, continuing her efforts throughout the investigation. Songer also stated that if Heather were still alive and another family experienced a similar situation, Heather would have stood beside them and fought just as hard for justice. Those comments reflected her continued commitment to seeking accountability through the legal process described in the case. The background information further explained that Jordan was being held at Green Rock Correctional Center and had previously been expected to be released in February 2025. Investigators also continued requesting assistance from the public. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office urged anyone with information regarding the location of Heather Hodges' remains to contact investigators. That request reflected the continuing effort to recover her remains and advance the investigation through additional information from the public. According to the documented information, Heather's body has not been located. The investigation remained active throughout the years, and charges have been filed against Jordan. Even after the indictment, investigators continued seeking information that could help locate Heather's remains. The sheriff's request emphasized that any information concerning her whereabouts could assist the ongoing investigation. No additional conclusions were presented beyond the documented facts contained within the available background information. The case therefore concludes with the confirmed circumstances presented by investigators, the family's continued advocacy, the filed charges, and the continuing search for Heather Hodges' remains. Throughout every stage described in the available background, the recovery of Heather's remains remained an important objective for investigators. Although legal proceedings advanced with the indictment, the search itself had not ended. Law enforcement continued, encouraging anyone with relevant knowledge to come forward and provide information that might assist the investigation. The documented record does not identify Heather's final location, and it does not describe any recovery of her remains. Instead, it concludes with an active request for public assistance and a continuing commitment from investigators to pursue the case. Heather's family also remained focused on seeking justice while supporting continued investigative efforts. The available information emphasizes that the investigation never became a cold case, that charges were eventually filed, and that authorities continued searching for answers. Those documented facts provide the closing point of the case summary presented here, while the search for Heather Hodges' remains continued beyond the events described in the available background information provided for this documentary section. Claire Gravel was 20 years old and lived in North Andover, Massachusetts in 1986. She was a sophomore attending Salem State College, where she was continuing her education while living a routine student life. The known facts surrounding her case begin with the events of the 29th of June 1986, a day that would later become central to the investigation into her death. On June 29, Claire participated in a softball game before spending time celebrating with friends. After the game, the group gathered at Major McClash's pub, where they continued the evening together. According to the established timeline, Claire remained with her friends until the early hours of the following morning. A friend eventually drove Claire back to her apartment and dropped her off at approximately 1:30 a.m. This is the final confirmed account of Claire's whereabouts. Based on the available information, that moment marked the last verified sighting of her alive. No additional confirmed details describe what happened after she arrived home, and the timeline ends there. The investigation would later rely on these confirmed movements to establish Claire's final known activities before the crime: her participation in the softball game, the gathering with friends at Major McLeish's pub, and the ride back to her apartment formed the complete sequence of documented events preceding the discovery of her body. These facts provided investigators with the last verified timeline available, serving as the foundation for understanding Claire's final evening and the circumstances that preceded the beginning of a homicide investigation the following day in Massachusetts. Later that same day, Claire Gravel's body was discovered in the woods near Massachusetts Route 128. Investigators responded to the scene and determined that she had been strangled. The discovery marked the beginning of a homicide investigation that immediately drew attention from law enforcement, Claire's family, her friends, and the surrounding community. In the days that followed, speculation and rumors spread as people searched for explanations. While public discussion continued, Claire's family and friends were left mourning her death and waiting for answers. Despite investigative efforts, police acknowledged that they had been unable to determine who was responsible. As time passed without a resolution, the investigation reached a standstill. Media attention gradually diminished, and Claire's case slowly disappeared from the headlines. Although fewer public updates were available, the investigation itself did not end. Authorities kept the case open, even as the years continued to pass without an arrest or announced breakthrough. The absence of new public developments meant that the case became recognized as one of the area's long-running cold cases. More than 3 decades passed without the crime being solved. Throughout those years, the investigation officially remained active, despite the lack of publicly announced progress. Claire's case stood as an example of a homicide that resisted resolution for many years, leaving unanswered questions, while investigators continued maintaining the file. The lengthy passage of time highlighted the difficulty of the investigation. Without publicly reported developments to move the case forward, the homicide remained unsolved for over 30 years. Even so, authorities continued treating the investigation as an open case until new developments eventually emerged after decades of uncertainty and continued review. On the 24th of August, 2022, Essex County District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett announced that investigators had identified 63-year-old John Carey as the man charged in the death of Claire Gravel. The announcement marked the first major public breakthrough in a case that had remained unsolved for more than 3 decades. At the time the charge was announced, Carey was already serving a prison sentence at the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Concord for an unrelated case dating from 2008. Officials confirmed his identity, but did not publicly explain the full investigative path that led to him. They also stated that no photograph of Carey had been released. According to District Attorney Blodgett, evidence recovered from Claire Gravel's clothing played an instrumental role in bringing the charge. He explained that investigators had continued following the available evidence throughout the years and had also developed new evidence during the investigation. Blodgett said that this additional evidence would be disclosed during court proceedings rather than at the press conference announcing the charge. Officials further indicated that Carey had allegedly been considered a person of interest in the investigation for some period of time. However, they declined to specify exactly how long he had held that status or to provide further details about the investigative process. The announcement remained limited to confirmed information that authorities were prepared to release publicly. Blodgett also stated that investigators had not identified a clear motive at the time of the announcement. While significant progress had finally been made, officials emphasized only the facts they were able to confirm publicly and avoided discussing investigative details that had not yet been presented through the legal process. The announcement represented an important development in Claire Gravel's case, while leaving additional information to be addressed as court proceedings continued. District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett emphasized that the investigation never lost sight of Claire Gravel's family, despite the decades that passed. He explained that investigators remained in contact with Claire's surviving sister and her father throughout the investigation, ensuring they were informed as significant developments emerged. Blodgett shared that Claire's father, Robert Gravel, had carried a photograph of his daughter in his wallet for 36 years. He described this as a reminder of the lasting impact the case had on those closest to Claire. The statement reflected the family's enduring search for answers, while the investigation remained unresolved for many years. Blodgett also discussed the continuing importance of reviewing cold cases. He explained that investigators regularly revisit unresolved investigations because advances in investigative techniques and fresh examinations of existing evidence can produce new breakthroughs. He said authorities continuously review cold cases with the hope that renewed analysis will eventually provide answers in cases that have remained unsolved for extended periods. He concluded by emphasizing that authorities remain mindful of crime victims and surviving family members who continue waiting for answers. Those comments underscored the commitment to pursuing unresolved investigations, while recognizing the lasting effects such cases have on families seeking resolution. Claire's case illustrated why continued reviews of older investigations remain important, even after decades without public progress, because new methods may eventually help uncover long-awaited answers for affected families alike. Jean Childs was 35 years old and lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. In 1993, she worked as a sex worker, and the known facts surrounding her case begin with the events of the 13th of June, 1993. That day ended with the discovery of a violent crime that investigators would struggle to solve for many years. Neighbors living in an adjacent unit noticed bloody water leaking from Jeannie's apartment and reported it to authorities. Their report prompted investigators to enter the residence, where they discovered Jeannie's body inside the bathroom shower. An examination determined that she had been stabbed 65 times, with most of the injuries concentrated around her neck and torso. During the investigation, authorities recovered male DNA from several locations within the apartment. According to the available information, DNA was collected from Jeannie's comforter, a bathroom towel, and the bathroom sink. Although this evidence was preserved, investigators were unable to make meaningful use of it because DNA technology available in 1993 was not advanced enough to identify the person who left it. Police described the investigation as an especially difficult case. There were very few investigative leads to pursue, and no witnesses came forward to provide information about what had happened. Despite the presence of biological evidence, the available technology could not provide the answers investigators needed at the time. As the early investigation continued, authorities remained limited by the evidence they could interpret and the absence of eyewitness accounts. Jean Child's case therefore remained unresolved, with investigators preserving the available evidence while waiting for future developments that might eventually allow the investigation to move forward through improved forensic methods and renewed investigative efforts. Officials reopened Jean Child's case in 2018, returning to the evidence that had remained preserved for decades. The renewed investigation focused on applying modern forensic techniques that had not been available when the case originally occurred. Those efforts produced the breakthrough investigators had been seeking for many years. In 2019, authorities matched genetic material recovered from the scene to 52-year-old Jerry Westrom through the use of genetic genealogy. According to investigators, Westrom had never previously been considered a person of interest in Jean Child's case. They also learned that he was a married father of 2 adult children who lived approximately 40 miles north of Minneapolis. As investigators continued reviewing his background, they determined that Westrom had lived in the Twin Cities area between 1991 and 1993, placing him in the region during the relevant period. Authorities also discovered that he had multiple contacts with law enforcement, including a 2016 conviction for solicitation to obtain a direct DNA sample. Investigators conducted surveillance while Westrom attended a hockey game. During the outing, he purchased a hot dog from a concession stand. Afterward, investigators collected one of his discarded napkins and obtained DNA from it. Testing determined that the sample matched the genetic material recovered from Jean Child's case years earlier. Following the confirmed match, authorities arrested Westrom. Despite the DNA evidence, he continued denying that he had ever met Jean Childs. He also denied having contact with any women in Minneapolis and stated that he had no explanation for why his DNA was found at the scene. The investigation had finally identified a person of interest after decades of unanswered questions, using advances in genetic genealogy and forensic analysis to revisit evidence that had remained unresolved for many years. Jerry Arnold Westrom's trial began in 2022, bringing Jean Child's case before a Hennepin County jury, nearly 3 decades after her death. Following the presentation of evidence, the proceedings reached their conclusion on the 25th of August 2022, when the jury found Westrom responsible in Jean Child's death. After the verdict, Westrom was expected to appear at a formal sentencing hearing, where he was anticipated to receive a life sentence. The verdict marked the resolution of a case that had remained unresolved for many years before advances in investigative methods allowed authorities to identify and prosecute a suspect. Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman offered condolences to Jean Child's family, acknowledging that they had lived without justice for nearly 3 decades. He stated that he hoped the verdict would bring some measure of closure after so many years. Freeman also emphasized that law enforcement would continue pursuing convictions in serious cases, even when gathering the necessary evidence required many years of continued investigative work. Jean Child's mother, Betty Eichmann, attended the trial and was present when the verdict was announced. According to the provided information, she expressed hope that the legal process had finally held Westrom accountable for what he had done. She also remembered Jean as a wonderful person who had a big heart despite the problems she had faced. The court proceedings concluded with the verdict, bringing the documented case to its legal resolution. On the evening of the 27th of September 1986, 16-year-old Deanna Ogg left her home in Porter, Texas, and began walking toward a convenience store on FM 1314 and Sorters Road. That journey became the last known movement documented before her death. Deanna never returned home after leaving. The information about that evening establishes where she was headed and what happened later. It does not provide details about her personal life, family, appearance, relationships, or activities before she left. Those details remain outside the account. Later that same evening, Deanna's body was discovered in a heavily wooded area off a logging road in the 17,000 block of Old Houston Road in Montgomery County. The location was about 7 miles from where she had last been seen. Investigators determined that she had been assaulted, beaten, and fatally stabbed. The known timeline begins with Deanna leaving her home and walking toward the convenience store. It then moves to the discovery of her body later that evening. Nothing in the provided information establishes what occurred between those points, so the circumstances of that interval cannot be described beyond the confirmed facts. September 27, 1986 marks both the last known sighting of Deanna and the beginning of the investigation into her death. Her movement toward the convenience store on FM 1314 and Sorters Road was the final location described before her body was found approximately 7 miles away in Montgomery County. From those facts, the case entered a long investigation that would continue for decades. Later on the 27th of September, 1986, Deanna Ogg's body was discovered in a heavily wooded area off a logging road in the 17,000 block of Old Houston Road in Montgomery County. The location was approximately 7 miles from where she had last been seen earlier that evening. Deanna had last been seen while walking toward a convenience store on FM 1314 and Sorters Road. Her body was later found at a separate location, approximately 7 miles away, in the wooded area off Old Houston Road. These locations establish the known movement between her last reported sighting and the discovery of her body without providing details about what occurred in between. Investigators determined that Deanna had been assaulted, beaten, and fatally stabbed. These findings describe the confirmed nature of the crime. The available information does not identify the circumstances of the assault, the type of weapon involved, the sequence of injuries, or additional forensic findings. Those details are therefore not part of the documented account. What is established is that Deanna was found in a heavily wooded area in Montgomery County after having last been seen near the convenience store on FM 1314 and Sorters Road. The distance between those locations was approximately 7 miles. The discovery marked the point at which investigators had the central facts of a homicide. Deanna had been assaulted, beaten, and fatally stabbed. The information provided does not identify a perpetrator or motive at this stage. That later development would become an important part of the case's longer legal history and investigation. The investigation would continue, eventually leading to the arrest and conviction of a local man in connection with the case. In the years following Deanna Ogg's murder, the investigation led to the arrest and conviction of Roy Cryer, a local man who was prosecuted in connection with the case. His conviction became a significant part of the case's legal history, but it did not ultimately establish the identity of the person responsible for Deanna's death. Cryer was convicted and spent years in prison. Later, DNA testing demonstrated that he was not responsible for the crime. That finding changed the understanding of the earlier prosecution and established that the conviction had been wrongful. In 2000, Roy Cryer was exonerated. The exoneration was a major development in the case, but it did not resolve Deanna's murder. Instead, it left investigators with a homicide that still required an answer. While the DNA evidence provided an important basis for determining that the wrong person had been convicted, the information available does not provide details about the evidence presented against Cryer, the trial itself, his sentence, the prosecution's arguments, or the defense. Those aspects, therefore, remain outside this account. What is established is that Cryer was arrested and convicted in connection with Deanna's case, spent years in prison, and was ultimately exonerated after DNA testing showed that he was not responsible. The case thus continued beyond the original prosecution. Deanna's murder remained unresolved after Cryer's exoneration, and the DNA evidence that helped clear him would remain important to the investigation. The distinction between a conviction and responsibility became central to the case. Cryer had been convicted, but subsequent DNA testing established that he was not the person responsible. The case therefore remained open, despite the passage of years that followed. After Roy Cryer's exoneration in 2000, the DNA evidence from Deanna Ogg's crime scene remained an important part of the unresolved investigation. Testing had established that Cryer was not responsible for Deanna's murder, but the available DNA evidence had not identified the person who was responsible. For years, the DNA sample collected from the original crime scene was maintained in the CODIS database without producing a match. The evidence remained available for comparison, yet no identification resulted from the database information described in the background. The provided information does not specify how many searches were conducted, which profiles were compared, or what particular forensic characteristics were present in the sample. Those details are not established and therefore do not form part of this account. What is documented is the length of time during which the crime scene DNA remained without a match. Deanna was murdered in 1986. Roy Cryer was exonerated in 2000 after DNA testing showed that he was not responsible. The case then continued without an identified person responsible for the crime. The passage of time did not change the existence of the original DNA evidence. It remained in the CODIS database, but for years it did not produce the identification investigators needed. The case would eventually reach another important stage in 2021, 35 years after Deanna's murder. That year marked the beginning of a renewed forensic effort that would change the direction of the investigation. The background does not provide details about specific investigative actions during the years between Cryer's exoneration and 2021. What it establishes is that the DNA evidence remained unresolved until the case became eligible for a new forensic initiative in 2021. 2021, 35 years after Deanna Ogg was murdered, her case became eligible for the Texas Department of Public Safety's Assault Kit Initiative. SIG genetic genealogy testing was conducted by Bode Technology. These are the documented elements of the renewed investigation. The available information does not describe how genetic genealogy was performed, what databases were used, what genealogical relationships were identified, or what family trees or laboratory procedures were involved. Those details, therefore, cannot be added. What can be established is the chronological progression. Deanna's murder occurred in 1986. Roy Cryer was later convicted and then exonerated in 2000 after DNA testing established that he was not responsible. The crime scene DNA remained without a match for years. Then, in 2021, Deanna's case became eligible for the Texas Department of Public Safety's Assault Kit Initiative, and investigators used SAKE grant funds to pursue forensic genetic genealogy testing through Bode Technology. This renewed forensic work connected the crime scene evidence to an advanced investigative effort that would eventually produce a suspect identification. By 2024, that work had successfully identified Bobby Charles Taylor Sr. as the primary suspect. The available information does not explain the specific steps that led investigators to Taylor, but it establishes that the forensic effort begun after the 2021 initiative ultimately changed the direction of the case. By 2024, the forensic genetic genealogy work conducted after Deanna Ogg's case entered the Texas Department of Public Safety's Assault Kit Initiative had produced a development. The advanced forensic work successfully identified Bobby Charles Taylor Sr. as the primary suspect in the 1986 case. The identification was made after the forensic effort described in the investigation. The available information establishes Taylor's status as the primary suspect, but it does not provide the specific steps, evidence, or genealogical findings that led investigators to him. Those details are not included in the background and therefore cannot be added. Authorities learned that Taylor was living in Mexico and was wanted there on an unrelated felony matter. The information does not explain why Taylor was living in Mexico, how authorities located him, or what the unrelated felony involved. It also does not state that Taylor had any known connection to Deanna beyond his identification as the primary suspect in her case. The investigation had therefore moved from an unresolved crime scene DNA sample to a named primary suspect by 2024. This represented the documented outcome of the forensic genetic genealogy work that followed the case's eligibility for the Assault Kit Initiative in 2021. Taylor's location in Mexico and his unrelated legal status would become relevant to the next stage of the case. On the 24th of April 2026, Taylor turned himself in to FBI special agents in Mexico City, Mexico, for the unrelated felony charge. That event would bring the investigation into a new phase, leading to his extradition back to Texas. At this point, however, the documented facts establish only the identification, his location, the unrelated warrant, and the later surrender. On the 24th of April 2026, Bobby Charles Taylor Sr. turned himself in to FBI agents in Mexico City, Mexico. His surrender was connected to the unrelated felony matter for which he was wanted. The information does not state that Taylor surrendered because of Deanna Ogg's investigation, and no such connection should be assumed. By that point, Taylor had been identified by 2024 as the primary suspect in Deanna's 1986 case through the advanced forensic work described here. His location in Mexico and his status as someone wanted on an unrelated felony became relevant as the case moved into its next stage. After Taylor turned himself in, he was subsequently extradited back to Texas. The information does not provide details about the extradition process, legal proceedings in Mexico, transportation arrangements, or the unrelated felony itself. Those matters therefore remain outside the account. The chronology is clear. The forensic investigation identified Taylor as the primary suspect by 2024. He was living in Mexico and was wanted on an unrelated felony matter. On the 24th of April 2026, he surrendered to FBI agents in Mexico City for that unrelated charge. He was then extradited to Texas. His return brought investigators into a position to obtain a DNA sample from him. That sample would be compared with the DNA recovered from the original crime scene. The next important stage of the investigation for investigators would center on the result of that comparison, which authorities later reported as a match with an extremely high degree of certainty. In September 1986, 16-year-old Deanna Ogg left her home in Porter, Texas, and walked toward a convenience store on FM 1314 and Sorters Road. Her body was found in a wooded area off a logging road in Montgomery County. Investigators determined that she had been assaulted, beaten, and fatally stabbed. In the years that followed, Roy Cryer was arrested and convicted. DNA testing later proved he was not responsible, and he was exonerated in 2000. The crime scene DNA remained in the CODIS database for years without producing a match. In 2021, 35 years after Deanna's death, her case became eligible for the Texas Department of Public Safety's Assault Kit Initiative. Investigators used SACI grant funds and forensic genetic genealogy testing conducted by Bode Technology. By 2024, that work identified Bobby Charles Taylor Sr. as the primary suspect. Authorities learned Taylor was living in Mexico and was wanted on an unrelated felony matter. On the 24th of April, 2026, he turned himself in to FBI special agents in Mexico City for that unrelated charge. He was subsequently extradited to Texas. Investigators obtained a fresh DNA sample, which they reported matched the crime scene DNA with a high degree of certainty. Taylor was charged with capital slaying. For Deanna's family, the 2026 arrest represented the first breakthrough after nearly 4 decades of waiting for answers. The case had moved from a wrongful conviction and an unmatched DNA sample to a primary suspect, a reported DNA match, and a capital slaying charge. The outcome is not established. Rosemarie Moniz. Raina Rison's life in LaPorte, Indiana was centered around her family, education, and her compassion for animals. In 1993, the 16-year-old sophomore lived with her parents, Ben and Karen Rison, her older sister Lori, and her younger sister Wendy. Raina attended LaPorte High School, where she was described as a good student with a strong interest in caring for animals. She dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, a goal connected to the compassion she showed toward animals. Outside of school, Raina was highly responsible and worked 3 jobs while continuing her studies. One of those jobs was at an animal hospital, where she walked dogs and cleaned kennels. Her work at the animal hospital reflected her dedication and her desire to pursue a future career involving animals. Before the events of the 26th of March 1993, Reina's daily life involved balancing school, employment, and her responsibilities with her family. She was known through the provided information as a student with ambitions and a clear interest in veterinary work. Her family included the people she lived with in LaPorte, Indiana, and they were part of her life before the investigation began. This section focuses on who Reina was before her disappearance, using only details about her family, education, work, and interests. It presents her background without adding information beyond the known facts provided. The account of Reina's life before the case highlights her commitment to learning and her planned future as a veterinarian, while showing the responsibilities she carried during her youth. On Friday, March 26, 1993, Reina Reason disappeared after completing a short shift at the animal hospital in LaPorte, Indiana. She was scheduled to close the facility after working from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and she was expected to spend the evening with her ex-boyfriend, Matt Elser. The two had recently ended their relationship but were planning the date as a possible step toward getting back together. Matt arrived at the animal hospital at 6 p.m. to pick up Reina. After waiting for her to appear, he walked toward the front door and discovered that the lights were turned off and the door was closed. He noticed that Reina's car was not in the parking lot and drove to her home to see if she had returned. Reina's father, Ben, told Matt that she had not come home and that the family had not seen her since she left for work. Reina's family became increasingly concerned because it was unusual for her not to tell them where she was. Ben, Karen, Wendy, and Matt waited at the house for Reina to return, but she had still not arrived by 10:30 p.m. The family then went to the police station and reported her missing. Police received the missing person report, while Reina's family began searching for answers. They contacted acquaintances to find information about her location and distributed missing person flyers throughout the area. A public appeal was also made for anyone with information about Reina's whereabouts to come forward. The search for Reina had officially begun. Investigators began looking into Reina's disappearance and sought information that could help determine where she had gone. The family's efforts continued as they hoped someone would provide valuable information about Reina's whereabouts and help bring her home safely after the unexpected events of night. After Reina Reisen was reported missing, investigators began examining the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Witnesses came forward and provided information about what they had seen near the animal hospital shortly before 6 p.m. They reported seeing a sedan parked outside the building and stated that two men were inside the vehicle with Reina. The witnesses described what appeared to be an argument involving Reina and the men. At the time, they did not intervene because they believed it was simply a disagreement between people who knew each other. Investigators questioned Matt Elser about the events of that evening. Matt maintained that he had arrived at the animal hospital to pick up Reina, waited for her, and discovered that she was not there. Police learned more about the history of Matt and Reina's relationship, including that they had recently reunited after Matt had previously wanted to take a break. Their planned date was viewed as an important moment for their relationship. Reina's parents supported Matt and told authorities that they considered him trustworthy. They also pointed out that Matt's vehicle was not the same vehicle described by witnesses who had seen the sedan outside the animal hospital. The following night, Reina's car was discovered near the animal hospital. The vehicle's hood was raised, creating the appearance that she may have experienced car trouble. However, officers found that the car started easily with Reina's keys still inside the ignition. Investigators believe the apparent breakdown may have been staged. Inside the vehicle, officers found Reina's handbag, purse, credit cards, and money. Because these items remained untouched, the evidence indicated that robbery did not appear to be the reason behind Reina's disappearance. The investigation continued as authorities worked to understand what had happened and determine why Reina's vehicle was left behind near the hospital. A man's ring discovered inside Reina Rissen's glove compartment became another focus of the investigation. Matt Elser examined the ring and told investigators that it did not belong to him. Authorities determined that the ring belonged to Jason Tibbs, Reina's ex-boyfriend from 7th grade. Jason and Reina had dated for around 8 months before ending their relationship. Investigators looked into Jason's background and learned that he had a criminal history and had dropped out of school. When questioned about the ring, Jason admitted it was his. He explained that he and Reina were still friends and that he had worked on her car, suggesting that he may have accidentally left the ring behind while working on the vehicle. Jason's explanation appeared possible because locals described him as an excellent mechanic. Investigators then asked Jason where he had been on the night Reina disappeared. Jason stated that he was playing a game called fox hunting, where participants used cars and wireless radios to share locations and search for each other. His friends confirmed that they had been playing the game that evening, but no one had actually seen Jason. Raina's father also confirmed that Raina and Jason were still friends, leaving the ring as an uncertain lead. The investigation continued when a LaPorte sheriff's deputy discovered Matt's Letterman jacket. Matt had given the jacket to Raina to wear, and it represented their relationship. The jacket was found 6 or 7 miles away from where Raina's car had been discovered. It had been placed there after the initial police search, but it provided no further evidence. With no additional clues, the investigation became inactive until Raina's body was eventually discovered. Authorities continued reviewing the case, but no immediate breakthrough followed until the discovery that changed the direction of the investigation months later. On the 26th of April, 1993, approximately 1 month after Raina Rison disappeared, her body was discovered near a pond off Range Road north of LaPorte, Indiana. A fisherman and his teenage daughter were in the area when the daughter noticed what appeared to be human legs in the water. She called for her father, who moved closer and determined that it was a female body. 2 logs had been placed on top of the body. When police arrived, they identified the woman as Raina based on the clothing she was wearing when she disappeared. Although the body was in an advanced state of decomposition, investigators confirmed her identity. The discovery changed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide investigation. Authorities initially found no obvious wounds or signs of significant trauma. However, an autopsy later determined that Raina had been strangled. Following the discovery, investigators returned to Jason Tibbs and questioned him about information connected to the case. Jason provided details about Ray McCarty, who was married to Raina's older sister, Lori. Ray had previously assaulted and impregnated Raina when she was 11 years old and had been in prison for that crime. His probation had ended only 2 months before Raina disappeared. Because of Ray's history and possible motive, investigators considered him a suspect. However, they did not find physical evidence connecting Ray McCarty to Raina's death at that time. The case remained unresolved as investigators continued searching for answers. The investigation continued without a clear suspect for months. After Ray McCarty became a primary suspect, investigators continued examining his connection to Raina Rison's disappearance and death. Ray and Lori told authorities that they had not seen Raina on the day she disappeared. Ray initially stated that he had been shooting pigeons at a friend's farm, and the friend confirmed that account. However, investigators later questioned Ray again because they felt something did not seem right. During further questioning, Ray changed his story and admitted that he had seen Raina on the night she vanished. He claimed that while house hunting around 5:40 p.m., he looked out a window and saw the animal hospital. Ray said he briefly saw Raina in the parking lot and asked her if she knew where Lori was. He stated that he then left and later picked up a female hitchhiker. Ray explained that he initially withheld this information because he believed Raina did not trust him due to what he had done to her sister. With this information, Ray became the main suspect in the investigation. However, authorities did not find physical evidence connecting him to Raina's death. The case eventually went cold for almost 18 months. Investigators later examined Larry Hall after finding Raina-related items in his van. Hall claimed he had abducted and killed Raina, but investigators determined the confession was false. They also discovered that Hall was not responsible for Raina's disappearance. His location on the night of Raina's disappearance showed he was not responsible, and he was ruled out. Raina Rison's case remained unsolved until 2008 when Indiana investigators received a letter from inmate Ricky Hammonds. At the time, he decided to contact investigators after thinking about his niece and believing that someone should come forward if anything happened to her. Ricky described events he said occurred in 1993 when he was 14 years old. He stated that he was in the roof of a barn near his parents' home when he saw a car arrive. Ricky identified his sister's boyfriend, Eric Feldman, and Jason Tibbs as the people who opened the trunk of a sedan. Inside, Ricky saw a body covered by a blanket. He said he could identify the upper half of the victim, who was wearing a Letterman jacket. A few days later, when Raina's disappearance appeared in the media, Ricky recognized the victim as Raina. Investigators located Eric Feldman in South Carolina and questioned him about what he knew. Eric was visibly nervous and initially refused to speak with authorities. After investigators told him he would face no consequences if he explained exactly what happened, Eric agreed to provide information. Eric stated that he and Jason were driving when Jason wanted to convince Raina to leave Matt and return to him. According to Eric's account, Jason called Raina over to the vehicle when she left the animal hospital. Eric said Jason forced Raina into the car, and later, after she attempted to escape, Jason strangled her. He stated that they then disposed of her body. Eric's statement gave investigators a new account of Raina's final moments and changed the direction of the investigation. The new information provided investigators with details they had not previously known and reopened the search for answers in Raina's death case. In August 2013, 8-year-old Jason Tibbs was arrested and charged with Raina Rison's death 20 years after her disappearance. The arrest followed a lengthy investigation that brought new information forward about the events surrounding Raina's final moments. During the trial, the defense challenged Ricky Hammond's credibility. They argued that Ricky had been a teenager when he witnessed the events and that he waited many years before coming forward with his account. Eric Feldman was granted immunity from prosecution so he could testify during the proceedings. After a lengthy trial that concluded in December 2014, Jason Tibbs was found guilty. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison, with 20 years served outside the courtroom. Following the verdict, Raina's family reacted emotionally. They felt they had received some form of justice, while also recognizing that the outcome could not bring Raina back. Jason continued to maintain his innocence and claimed that Ray McCarty was responsible for Raina's death. He filed multiple appeals, but the Indiana Court of Appeals rejected his request for a new trial in 2016. In 2018, his lawyers stated that they were still fighting for his innocence. Raina was 16 years old when her life ended. She had aspirations of becoming a veterinarian and had a future she was working toward. Her family continued to remember the loss of the daughter they could never bring back. The case concluded with a conviction, but Raina's family continued living with loss caused by her death and the events surrounding it. Laura Sammons was born on the 6th of October 1965 in Tennessee. By 1984, she was 18 years old and attending Middle Tennessee State University in Murfreesboro. Alongside her studies, she worked as a cashier at a Kroger grocery store, balancing college responsibilities with regular employment as she built her future. On the 31st of May 1984, a farmer traveling home noticed clothing lying in a field. Curious about what he had seen, he approached the area and made a tragic discovery. Beneath the clothing was Laura. She was wearing only limited clothing and had been covered with 2 pairs of jeans and a dark jacket. One sleeve of the jacket had been placed around her neck area. Investigators determined that one pair of jeans belonged to Laura, while the second pair belonged to a man. They also found another piece of clothing held tightly in one of her hands. The examination concluded that Laura died from serious injuries to the head. Investigators believed nearby rocks had been involved, and the injuries indicated she had been hit several times. During the examination, the medical examiner also determined that Laura had been close with someone within the previous 24 to 48 hours. However, no signs or information indicated that the encounter had happened against her wishes. Among the most significant pieces of evidence were the men's jeans recovered at the location. Testing identified male DNA believed to belong to the person responsible. Despite its importance, DNA technology in 1984 was still too limited to identify the source, leaving investigators unable to pursue that evidence further at the time. Laura worked at Kroger during the day of her final known activities, and investigators later reconstructed her movements to understand what happened before her passing. Records showed that she left the store at around 1 p.m. after completing her work shift. She was expected to visit Middle Tennessee State University in Murfreesboro to check her grades and meet with university office personnel. After that, Laura planned to go swimming at her grandmother's house, but she never arrived at either location. Investigators found Laura's car near the Kroger store, several miles away from where she was discovered. A search of the vehicle revealed no unknown fingerprints that belonged to someone other than Laura. However, investigators discovered an unfamiliar hair inside the vehicle and preserved it with the DNA material collected from the men's jeans found at the location. They also recovered dirt from the vehicle's wheel wells. The FBI laboratory determined that the dirt was highly consistent with soil from the road beside the location. This suggested that Laura's car had been driven to the area where she was found before being returned to her workplace. Investigators believe this indicated the person responsible may have known Laura. Witnesses later placed Laura at a local nightclub the evening before her passing, where she was seen dancing with an unidentified young man. Investigators theorized that Laura may have met someone there before going to a secluded Lover's Lane area used by local students for gatherings and bonfires. The unidentified man remained. Laura's high school boyfriend, David Kyle Gilley, became one of the first major persons examined by investigators. He was known to be jealous, and detectives considered whether his relationship with Laura could have played a role in what happened. However, investigators accepted an explanation provided by Gilley's stepfather, who claimed David had been home throughout the day Laura was found. Based on that information, David was ruled out. Another lead emerged when a Nashville woman reported that she had been harmed by a man named John Taylor. According to her account, Taylor threatened to repeat what he had done to Laura. Taylor denied the claim and denied having any connection to Laura's case. Investigators discovered that Taylor attended the same university as Laura, belonged to the same health club, participated in some of the same fraternity events, and had been near the university on the day of the incident. They also learned he had a history of aggressive behavior toward women. FBI analysts compared the unfamiliar hair recovered from Laura's car with Taylor's hair and reported that the samples were consistent. However, this comparison was not enough for further action because mitochondrial DNA testing was not yet available. The hair characteristics could have matched about 20% of the population. Investigators also determined that the men's genes found at the location would not have fit Taylor's smaller build, forcing them to continue searching despite the similarities. Despite the efforts of investigators, the case remained unresolved for years, as more than 100 individuals were examined without producing answers. During this time, Laura's mother, Laureen Mackey, made a promise at her daughter's grave that she would continue seeking justice for Laura, even though she did not know how that promise would eventually be fulfilled. Dan Goodwin had a personal connection to Laura and became an important figure in the renewed investigation. Just days before Laura's death, Dan went to a movie with her. At Laura's funeral, he promised her mother that he would help find the person responsible. After working as a newspaper reporter at the Daily News Journal, Dan became a police officer and eventually was assigned Laura's cold case. One of Dan's first steps was sending the preserved evidence for modern DNA testing because forensic science had advanced greatly since 1984. While waiting for the results, he investigated other leads. In 2000, a high school student claimed that his father, David Patterson, had admitted killing a young woman in 1984 because Patterson was already deceased. Investigators obtained DNA from his children for comparison. The testing excluded Patterson as a suspect. Dan also tested John Taylor, whose DNA did not match the evidence. Dan voluntarily submitted his own DNA because of his friendship with Laura, and testing confirmed he was not involved. These eliminations allowed investigators to re-examine earlier suspects from the original investigation, eventually leading Dan back to David Gilley, Laura's former boyfriend. Investigators continued examining the evidence surrounding Gilley's possible involvement in Laura's death again. Dan Goodwin revisited David Gilley's original alibi and discovered evidence that challenged the conclusions of the initial investigation. A witness had reported seeing David driving Laura's car on the day her body was found near the road leading toward the crime scene. The witness described David's expression as blank and later identified both him and Laura's vehicle through formal identification procedures. Investigators also examined David's history of violence toward Laura. Reports showed that he had previously grabbed her by the head, slammed her against cars and school lockers, punched her, and on one occasion broke 2 of her front teeth. Dan questioned why someone with this documented behavior had been dismissed so quickly during the original investigation. Crime scene reconstruction specialist Jerry Finley then examined the men's genes more closely. He identified tiny bloodstains as medium-velocity impact spatter located mainly above the knees. The reconstruction indicated that the wearer had been kneeling while repeatedly striking Laura with a blunt object, such as the rocks recovered nearby. DNA testing confirmed that the blood on the jeans belonged to Laura, reinforcing investigators' belief that the jeans belonged to the person responsible for her death. Dan later located David Gilley in Florida, where he worked for the Manatee County Public Works Department and had accumulated arrests for battery, attempted burglary, and resisting arrest. During questioning, David denied involvement but acknowledged that the men's genes could probably be his. After investigators explained why they believed the genes belonged to the perpetrator, he requested an attorney. Investigators continued reviewing the evidence surrounding Gilley as they prepared to determine whether the findings connected him to Laura's death. The renewed investigation focused on the witness statement, the genes, and the evidence that had been overlooked during the earlier stages of the case before further action was taken. Investigators obtained a saliva sample from David Gilley on the 31st of May 2000. DNA testing confirmed that he was the source of the male DNA recovered from the men's genes left at the crime scene. On the 16th anniversary of Laura's death, David Gilley was arrested for her murder. Ishragors, making new friends and moving beyond their high school relationship. Investigators also concluded that David had stalked Laura, and her mother, Laureen, had encouraged her to seek a restraining order, although Laura was too afraid to do so. Investigators reconstructed that David persuaded Laura to accompany him to the secluded Lover's Lane area, where he repeatedly struck her with rocks. After blood got on his jeans, investigators believed he removed them and left them at the crime scene before driving Laura's car back to her workplace. During the 2006 trial, the defense argued that another unidentified man's DNA showed someone else committed the crime. However, the jury rejected that argument, found David Gilley guilty on all charges, and sentenced him to life in prison. Dan Goodwin fulfilled the promise he made at Laura's funeral, while Laura's mother fulfilled her promise to continue seeking justice for her daughter. The investigation ultimately closed a long, unresolved chapter in Laura's case, providing answers through the renewed examination of evidence and allowing those who worked to find justice for Laura after years. Julie Buskin was born and raised in Benton, Arkansas, before moving to Oklahoma City to attend Oklahoma University. While pursuing a bachelor's degree in dance, she worked at the university golf course to support herself during college. Her long-term goal was to become a ballet instructor and eventually open a dance studio where she could teach children. Friends and classmates described Julie as talented, popular, and someone who had built many friendships during her time at the university. On the 19th of December 1996, Julie spent part of the evening with her coworker Ryan James at his grandparents' house. After sharing dinner together, they watched a movie and made plans to have lunch the following day. Julie remained there until about 10 p.m. when she left to meet another group of friends. The gathering with those friends included a game of Monopoly and the exchange of Christmas gifts. The occasion also served as an opportunity to say goodbye because Julie's college semester had ended, and she planned to return home to Arkansas the next day. Her roommate, Megan, attended the gathering as well. Julie had already agreed to drive Megan to Will Rogers Airport early the following morning before beginning her own trip home. Rather than sleeping for only a short time before the early departure, Julie and Megan decided to stay awake through the night. Their plan reflected the schedule they needed to keep for the airport trip the next morning. With the semester finished, holiday plans approaching, and preparations underway for the drive to the airport, Julie's final evening unfolded through ordinary moments spent with friends, co-workers, and her roommate before the events that followed. Julie and Megan left their friend's house during the early morning hours of the 20th of December 1996 and drove to a restaurant called The Kettle at approximately 2 a.m. After finishing their meal, they stopped at a gas station, purchased gasoline, and each got a cappuccino before returning to their apartment shortly after 3 a.m. Megan gathered the belongings she needed for her upcoming flight, while Julie prepared to continue the morning according to their planned schedule. Around 4:30 a.m., the two women left the apartment and began the drive to Will Rogers Airport. The trip took about 30 minutes. At approximately 5:30 a.m., Julie dropped Megan off at the terminal. Megan watched as Julie drove away in her Red Eagle Summit, marking the last confirmed sighting of Julie before she disappeared. Shortly afterward, events unfolded near the Dublin West Apartments, where Julie lived. Several residents reported hearing a woman scream in terror from the apartment complex parking lot. One resident called 911 to report what had been heard. During the call, the resident explained that the scream sounded extremely alarming and admitted being too afraid to go outside to investigate the source. Later that day, Ryan James arrived at Julie's apartment for the lunch they had planned during their visit the previous evening. Julie was not there, and her vehicle was also missing. Concerned by her absence, Ryan reported her missing. Not long afterward, Julie's parents arrived from Arkansas, expecting to help their daughter move home after the semester had ended. Instead of meeting Julie, they found police officers waiting. They were informed that Julie could not be located, confirming that she had disappeared sometime after leaving the airport that morning. Approximately 12 hours after Julie Buskin disappeared, her body was discovered on the bank of a lake about 15 miles from her apartment. Investigators documented the condition of the scene as they began examining the area. Julie's hands had been tied behind her back with a pair of shoelaces, and the upper half of her body was in the water. An autopsy later determined that she had been killed by a single contact gunshot wound to the back of her head from a .22 caliber firearm. The examination also found evidence indicating that she had been assaulted, but investigators did not draw additional conclusions from that finding at the time. As investigators searched the shoreline, they identified important physical evidence preserved in the sand. Two separate sets of footprints led toward the water, but only one set of prints returned from the lakeside. One trail belonged to Julie, while investigators believed the other had been left by the person responsible for her death. After consulting with Nike, the footprint was determined to be consistent with a men's size 9 Nike Air running shoe. Another significant discovery was made approximately 20 feet from Julie's body. Investigators recovered a crumpled pink leotard bearing the initials JB on its label, identifying it as Julie's. Testing revealed the presence of male DNA on the garment. Recognizing that forensic science continued to advance, investigators carefully preserved the DNA evidence for future analysis when improved technology became available. By the conclusion of the initial crime scene investigation, authorities possessed multiple pieces of forensic evidence, including ballistic findings, footprints, and DNA. Despite those discoveries, they still had no identified suspect to connect directly to the crime. Following the examination of the crime scene, investigators expanded their focus to Julie Buskin's personal life. Detectives interviewed her friends, classmates, co-workers, and other acquaintances from Oklahoma University, hoping someone could identify a possible motive or point them toward a suspect. Those interviews consistently produced the same picture. Julie was well-liked, had many friends, and no one described ongoing disputes, known enemies, or difficult romantic relationships that could explain why she had been targeted. Investigators also searched Julie's apartment. Inside, they found everything in orderly condition. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, and nothing suggesting violence had occurred there before her disappearance. Attention then shifted to Julie's Red Eagle Summit, which was eventually located only 1 block from her apartment complex. During the examination of the vehicle, investigators noticed red sand on the floor that appeared similar to the sand found near the lakeside where Julie's body had been recovered. The discovery raised an important question because the vehicle appeared to have been returned close to the area where the abduction had begun. Despite careful processing, the vehicle produced little useful forensic evidence. Investigators found no foreign hairs, fibers, fingerprints, or indications that a struggle had taken place inside. Julie's missing cellular phone became another important focus of the investigation. Phone records showed that after Julie had died, 2 outgoing calls had been placed. One call was made to a weather forecast, while the second was placed to a telephone number that was not in service. Even with these investigative leads and a $70,000 reward, no suspect was identified, and the investigation gradually became a cold case. Approximately 1 month after Julie's death, an important witness contacted police. The witness reported nearly colliding with a vehicle matching Julie's near the lake on the night of the crime. After following the vehicle for several miles, intending to confront the driver, the witness observed the driver repeatedly looking back through the rearview mirror before speeding away. Based on the witness's observations, investigators created a composite sketch depicting a young man who may have been Hispanic, possessed long black hair, and had a muscular build. Despite repeated media broadcasts, nobody identified the individual, and the investigation remained without answers. 4.5 years later, police received information from a female inmate identifying Dennis Sturmer as someone who might have been involved. Investigators noted he lived only 4 blocks from Julie's apartment, resembled the composite sketch, and was 23 years old at the time. Sturmer refused questioning and declined to provide DNA voluntarily, requiring investigators to obtain a court order. DNA analysis showed Sturmer's profile was very similar to the DNA recovered from Julie's leotard, but was not an actual match. Investigators then tested his only immediate male relative, his brother, whose DNA also failed to match. With no conclusive evidence, investigators continued expanding DNA testing, eventually collecting samples from more than 200 men connected to Julie. Despite those extensive efforts, no definitive match was identified, and the investigation remained unresolved. Investigators continued reviewing existing evidence while comparing newly collected DNA samples against the profile recovered from Julie's leotard. Although the testing effort became increasingly broad, each comparison ended without identifying the person responsible. After examining hundreds of potential connections and receiving no confirmed match, the investigation remained open, but the case continued without a suspect who could be directly linked to the available forensic evidence. 6 years after Julie Buskin's death, the investigation finally gained significant momentum. Anthony Castillo Sanchez was arrested for assaulting his girlfriend, and as part of that arrest, law enforcement collected his DNA. Investigators soon discovered several details that drew their attention. Sanchez had lived approximately 1 mile from Julie's apartment at the time of the crime. One of his former girlfriends also provided investigators with a diary entry stating that Anthony had purchased matching Nike running shoes for both of them. Records further showed that he wore a men's size 9 shoe, consistent with the footprint evidence recovered near the lake. Investigators uncovered additional circumstantial evidence while reviewing Sanchez's background. One former girlfriend's telephone number differed by only 1 digit from the number dialed from Julie's phone after her death. Authorities considered the possibility that the caller had attempted to reach that number but entered one incorrect digit. Investigators also learned that Anthony and his father regularly fired .22 caliber firearms inside the rental home where they lived. Ballistics testing later determined that a bullet recovered from the residence had been fired from the same firearm used to kill Julie. In 2004, investigators compared Anthony Sanchez's DNA with the male DNA recovered from Julie's pink leotard. The results confirmed a match. Sanchez had been 18 years old when the crime occurred. He was convicted in 2006 and sentenced to death. Through 2023, Sanchez continued appealing his conviction, claiming his father had committed the crime instead. His father reportedly confessed before his death in 2022, but investigators had already examined that possibility. Court records stated that the DNA match probabilities strongly supported Anthony Sanchez as the source of the DNA recovered from Julie's leotard. 15-year-old Linda Mann lived in Narborough, Leicestershire, where she attended Lutterworth Grammar School and Community College. Linda was the younger sister of Susan Mann, who was 2 years older. Their mother, Kathleen Mann, moved to Narborough after her marriage ended and later married Edward Eastwood in 1980, when Susan was 14 and Linda was 12. Linda was described as a typical teenager. She was quiet but popular, enjoyed school, and liked spending time with her friends. She was interested in the experiences of growing up, including music, hairstyles, makeup, and clothes. When money for clothing was limited, Linda would babysit to earn money and make her own dresses. On the 21st of November, 1983, Linda left to walk to a friend's house, but she never arrived. Before leaving, she had promised Kathleen and Edward that she would be home by 10 p.m. As the night passed and Linda still had not returned, her parents became increasingly concerned. By midnight, they contacted the police, and a search began through the night. At 7:20 a.m. the following morning, a hospital porter discovered Linda's body while walking to work. At first, he believed he had found a mannequin. Linda had been assaulted and strangled. Her jeans had been removed, her other clothing was scattered, and a scarf was found around her neck. The scarf had been used to strangle her, marking the discovery of a crime that shocked the community. The investigation into Linda's death would begin a search for the person responsible, as police worked to understand the events surrounding her disappearance in Narborough. Following Linda's murder, investigators began the task of identifying the person responsible for her death. In Narborough, residents were horrified by the crime, and young girls were encouraged to walk in groups afterward as concerns grew within the community. Police searched the immediate area around the crime scene, but they were unable to find anything useful. Only a few hundred yards away was a local psychiatric hospital. Some people believe the attacker could have been a patient from the hospital, but investigators found no evidence to support that idea. During Linda's autopsy, male DNA was collected from her body. Testing showed that the individual had type A blood. This meant that around 10% of the adult male population in England could potentially have been responsible. Edward Eastwood provided a blood sample during the investigation, but testing showed that he was not part of the same group. Investigators continued their work by visiting houses and speaking with residents to gather information. They also created a list of offenders connected to similar crimes in Leicestershire and questioned them as part of their search for answers. The investigation also received a call from someone who claimed to have seen a spiky-haired youth near the crime scene around the time of Linda's murder. The caller reported the sighting, but the person described was never identified. Police continued their efforts to locate the individual responsible while examining all available information connected to the case and seeking further details that could help solve Linda's murder. After 3 years of investigation into Linda Mann's murder, another tragedy occurred in 1986 with the death of 15-year-old Dawn Ashworth from Inderby, Leicestershire. Dawn lived with her parents and her brother Andrew. She was gifted at drawing and worked part-time at a newsagent shop in Inderby. On the 31st of July 1986, Dawn left work at 4 p.m. and headed toward a friend's house in Narborough. She was expected to return home by 7 p.m. Dawn was last seen at 4:40 p.m. bypassing motorists on King Edward Avenue. When she had not returned by 7:30 p.m., her parents became concerned and searched for her. At 9:40 p.m., they contacted police, fearing that Dawn may have suffered the same fate as Linda Mann. Police later discovered Dawn's body in a field beside 10 Pound Lane. Like Linda, Dawn had been assaulted and strangled. Male DNA collected from Dawn's body showed that the attacker had the same blood type as the person responsible for Linda's murder. Investigators identified several similarities between the two cases. Both victims were teenagers, both were walking alone, and both attended Lutterworth Grammar School and Community College. Both girls were found after being assaulted and strangled, and both crimes occurred near footpaths. These similarities led investigators to believe the two murders were connected. The connection between the cases became a central part of the investigation as police examined the evidence from both crime scenes. Investigators continued working to understand whether the same individual was responsible for both attacks, and used the similarities between Linda's and Dawn's deaths to guide their search for answers in the ongoing murder investigation. Following Dawn's murder, police continued their investigation by establishing a mobile incident room at the foot of 10-Pound Lane to gather information from villagers and passers-by. Around 200 telephone calls were received, and dozens of people visited the unit. Investigators received reports of a young man wearing a red crash helmet on a motorcycle near the area around the time Dawn disappeared. Another important source of information was a 17-year-old kitchen porter from Carlton Hayes Hospital, the psychiatric hospital located near both crime scenes. The porter told police that he had seen Dawn on the day she disappeared. Investigators later discovered that the kitchen porter had shared information about Dawn's body location before police had publicly discovered it. His statements included details about where the body had been found, creating suspicion among investigators. Police arrested him and identified him as Richard Buckland. During interviews, Buckland gave inconsistent statements to investigators. He admitted that he had seen Dawn and spoken with her through his rambles. He confessed and later took back his statements. During a later interview, Buckland provided detailed information about the crime scene that had not been released publicly. Before Buckland's trial, investigators used a new scientific method called genetic fingerprinting, developed by Dr. Alec Jeffries at Leicester University. DNA evidence from both crime scenes was tested, showing that Buckland was not responsible for either murder. However, the testing confirmed that the same man had committed both crimes. Buckland became the first person exonerated through DNA profiling. The results confirmed that the investigation had identified the connection between the two crimes, while showing that DNA profiling could reveal the identity of the person responsible in criminal investigations too. After Richard Buckland's release, Inspector Derek Pierce took charge of the investigation into the murders of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth. Pierce reviewed 1,800 messages from the public, including information about people who had been considered during the earlier investigation. Investigators expanded the use of DNA testing by asking unalibied male residents between the ages of 17 and 34 inches nearby villages to voluntarily provide blood and saliva samples. The public announcement was made on the 2nd of January 1987. By the end of January, 1,000 men had taken tests, and by May, 3,653 men had participated. However, the testing process was slowed because of the workload placed on investigators and laboratory staff. In September 1987, police received a breakthrough when a woman contacted them about a conversation she overheard at the Clarendon pub in Leicester. She reported that Ian Kelly had spoken about taking a blood test for his friend Colin Pitchfork. Investigators examined Pitchfork's background and found that he had a previous record for flashing women. They also discovered that the signature connected to his blood test did not match his own signature. Pitchfork had convinced Ian Kelly to provide a blood sample on his behalf because he feared suspicion due to his history. Police arrested Colin Pitchfork, and investigators believed he was responsible for the murders of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth based on the evidence collected during the investigation. The arrest followed the discovery that Pitchfork's actions had led investigators to connect him with the two crimes and provided a path toward resolving the case through DNA evidence. The investigation showed how genetic testing could identify the perpetrator. On the 22nd of January 1988, 28-year-old Colin Pitchfork went on trial at Leicester Crown Court. Before the trial, Ian Kelly received an 18-month prison sentence suspended for 2 years for his involvement in providing the false blood sample. Pitchfork pleaded guilty to the murders of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth and received a double life sentence. Investigators and Linda's family reacted strongly to the outcome. Edward Eastwood described seeing Pitchfork in court and said he looked at him directly. Kathleen Mann recalled the shock of seeing photographs of Linda presented during the trial. The case also left questions about Richard Buckland and how he knew details about Dawn Ashworth's crime scene. Investigators believed he may have discovered the body while walking to work, and that his confession was influenced by his circumstances. The murders of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth became significant in the history of forensic science. Dr. Alec Jeffrey's genetic fingerprinting helped advance DNA technology and contributed to solving future cases. The case demonstrated the importance of DNA evidence in criminal investigations. Thousands of cold cases have since been solved through DNA technology, showing the lasting impact of the investigation into Linda and Dawn's murders. The scientific developments connected to this case changed how investigations could identify offenders and provided new possibilities for solving crimes that had remained unsolved. Debbie Davis was born in Lynchburg, Virginia, on the 15th of July, 1952. After school, she entered adulthood and had a brief marriage that later ended in divorce. Following this, Debbie moved to Richmond, Virginia, where she followed her cousin Judy Fisk and settled into an apartment on Devonshire Street in the Westover Hills neighborhood. There, she built a quiet life while becoming established in the community. In 1985, Debbie began working as an accounts manager for Style Weekly, a Richmond-based media outlet. Outside of work, she had a strong interest in pop culture and enjoyed listening to Bruce Springsteen records. She was also an avid reader of mystery novels and worked part-time at the Walden Bookstore, located at Cloverleaf Mall in Chesterfield County. Debbie also appeared as an extra in the HBO movie Finnegan Begin Again, adding another experience to her varied interests and activities. On the evening of the 18th of September, 1987, Debbie and her co-worker Deanna Hoff took a road trip to Virginia Beach to see a performance by Dana Carvey. After the show, Deanna drove Debbie back to her apartment and waited until she was safely inside before leaving. Neither woman knew that this would be the last time Deanna would see Debbie alive. The following events would begin the investigation into Debbie's disappearance and tragic case. The account of Debbie's life before her disappearance provides the details of a woman who lived quietly in Richmond, maintained her career, and continued pursuing personal interests before the events that changed everything. The morning after Debbie Davis was last seen, Arnold Ellis noticed a Renault Alliance parked in front of his house. The vehicle's motor was running, the keys remained in the ignition, and there was no sign of the driver. Ellis contacted police, who determined that the car belonged to Debbie Davis. She lived one street away from where the vehicle had been found. An officer went to Debbie's apartment and knocked on the door, but received no response. An elderly neighbor arrived and provided a key to enter the residence. Inside, the officer discovered Debbie in the bedroom. She was wearing limited clothing. Investigators determined that her right arm had been restrained behind her back. Her left arm had been held beneath her, and she had been unable to breathe. Investigators found that the person involved had used a rocking chair taken from a nearby porch to gain access through Debbie's kitchen window. On the nightstand beside Debbie's bed was a mystery novel she had been reading, titled Presumed Innocent. The book contained fictional events involving a woman being restrained and facing danger, a detail investigators noted while examining the location. Authorities believe the person involved had experience because no fingerprints, witnesses, or clear evidence that anything had been taken were found. Detective Ray Williams noted that it was unusual for someone to spend that much time with another person and leave so few clues. The investigation began with limited evidence, leaving detectives searching for answers about what happened to Debbie. Investigators continued examining the circumstances surrounding the incident, focusing on the method of entry, the condition of the apartment, and the absence of obvious leads. The early investigation revealed a case with many unanswered questions and few answers for detectives. Following Debbie Davis's case, investigators continued searching for answers and worked to identify anyone who could have been connected to what happened. Lorna Wyckoff, the founder of Style Weekly, offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Investigators examined Debbie's personal life and relationships to determine whether someone close to her could have been involved. Detectives found no obvious suspect among the people who knew Debbie. The information available showed that Debbie lived a quiet life in Richmond. She was not dating anyone at the time of the incident, had not seen her ex-husband in years, did not use illegal substances, and did not spend time in bars. Investigators found no clear reason or direct evidence after reviewing her background and personal connections. The case remained difficult because detectives had limited evidence and no witnesses, fingerprints, or other clues that could immediately identify the person involved. Investigators continued working through the available information while searching for a connection that could explain what happened. Only 2 weeks after Debbie's case, another tragedy occurred in Richmond, beginning a series of events that investigators would later connect to Debbie's situation. The new investigation would introduce further individuals and linked events. Susan Elizabeth Helms was born on the 6th of February 1955. in Charleston, South Carolina. She later moved to Richmond, Virginia, where she worked on her neurosurgery residency at the Medical College of Virginia. Susan married Marcel Slagg, and the couple lived in the Woodland Heights neighborhood of Richmond. On the 3rd of October 1987, Marcel returned home at 1:45 a.m. after Susan had worked late. As he entered the house, he heard movement upstairs and believed Susan was awake, thinking he may have disturbed her. After taking a shower, Marcel quietly entered their dark bedroom. There, he discovered Susan's body partially outside their bedroom closet. Investigators found similarities between Susan's murder and the death of Debbie Davis. Susan had been assaulted and strangled, and her hands had been bound tightly behind her back with an extension cord and necktie. Investigators also discovered that her bedroom window was wide open. Detective Ray Williams, who had worked on Debbie's case, was assigned to investigate both cases. Investigators believe the perpetrator was still inside the house when Marcel arrived because movement had been heard upstairs. They determined the suspect appeared to have escaped through the balcony window outside the bedroom. Outside that window, investigators found an open Vaseline jar left behind by the perpetrator. They traced the purchase of the jar to a store near Cloverleaf Mall, but the lead did not provide investigators with the answers they were seeking. The investigation continued as detectives worked to determine whether the evidence connected the two Richmond crimes. Diane Cho was born in Korea in 1972, and in 1984, she immigrated to the United States with her family. In 1987, Diane was a 15-year-old freshman at Manchester High School. She was very smart and helped care for her parents, who spoke little English. Diane began experiencing disturbing, recurring nightmares about an unknown man following her. She told friends at school that she sometimes saw a person matching the figure from her dreams at the mall. In November 1987, Diane went to Cloverleaf Mall with a friend to see The Princess Bride. During the visit, Diane became frightened and pointed out a person in the parking lot as the man who had been following her. On the 21st of November, 1987, Diane's parents arrived home around 9 p.m. Her mother gave her a haircut, and later the family went to bed. Around midnight, they heard Diane typing an English paper in her bedroom across the hall. The next day, Diane's parents called home around 2 p.m. to remind their children about an afternoon church service. Diane's brother answered the phone, but Diane remained asleep. When Diane's parents returned home, her mother went to her bedroom and discovered her daughter's body. Diane had been tied with rope, strangled, assaulted, and found with her bedroom window open. The similarities between Diane's death and the previous crimes became clear to investigators, who recognized repeated patterns involving the victims and the circumstances surrounding each case. The investigation continued as authorities examined the connections between them. Sue Tucker was a 44-year-old editor for Department of Agriculture magazine who lived in Arlington County, Virginia. Her husband, Reg Tucker, had moved to Wales to work as a photography teacher, while Sue prepared their home for sale and planned to join him. Sue and Reg wanted to leave the United States because they were concerned about increasing violence. A neighbor, Audrey Sizelove, became concerned after she was unable to reach Sue for several days. Audrey noticed that Sue's bedroom window had remained open and became worried about her friend. When authorities checked the home, they discovered Sue's badly decomposed body lying on her bed. She had been tightly bound with nylon ropes, strangled, and assaulted. Investigators found no fingerprints, and evidence showed that the perpetrator had entered through a small basement laundry room window. The investigation revealed that the perpetrator had spent time inside the home and left behind a partially eaten orange after preparing a snack. Arlington investigators recognized similarities between Sue's murder and the 1,984 killing of attorney Carolyn Hamm. David Vasquez had confessed to Hamm's death and was serving a prison sentence, but investigators questioned how similar crimes could continue while he was incarcerated. Investigators determined Vasquez was not responsible and recognized that both Richmond and Arlington had been affected by an unknown serial offender. The connection between the cases became clearer as investigators compared the details of the crimes and examined the evidence available in each investigation. Authorities continued searching for the person responsible for the attacks, while reviewing the similarities that linked the victims across different locations. The discoveries surrounding Sue Tucker's death added another case to the growing investigation involving Richmond and Arlington. Detectives continued working to understand how the crimes were connected and identify the unknown offender responsible for the violence. Investigators focused on identifying Timothy Spencer as the possible offender after comparing the connected crimes in Arlington and Richmond. Earlier attacks from 1,983 and 1,984, including assaults on 9 women, showed similarities involving break-ins, tied victims, and strangulation methods. Investigators had originally believed David Vasquez was responsible for Carolyn Hamm's murder, but later determined he was not involved after reviewing the details of the crimes. Richmond Detective Ray Williams and Arlington Detective Joe Horgus shared information about the cases and concluded that the same person was likely responsible for the Richmond murders and possibly Hamm's death. Investigators examined the timeline of the attacks, noting the gap between the 1,984 crimes and the 1,987 attacks. The FBI believed the offender likely had been imprisoned for another offense during that period. Investigators then focused on Tommy Spencer, who had previous burglary arrests and had been paroled to a Richmond halfway house in 1987. Detectives discovered that Spencer had signed himself out on evenings when crimes occurred and had connections to locations linked to the investigation, including Cloverleaf Mall. On the 20th of January 1988, investigators took Spencer into custody and collected a sample of his blood. With no witnesses or fingerprints directly tying him to the crimes, investigators relied on the new forensic method of DNA fingerprinting. Testing matched Spencer's DNA to evidence from Debbie Davis, Susan Helms, Sue Tucker, and assault victims from Arlington and Richmond. The DNA analysis provided investigators with the evidence needed to connect Spencer to the series of crimes across the two regions. The forensic breakthrough became a critical part of the investigation because earlier evidence had failed to identify the offender. Investigators now had a direct link between Spencer and the attacks that had remained unsolved for years as they continued building the case against the suspected offender. Timothy Spencer's trial began in July 1988. Known as the Southside Strangler, Spencer faced the legal consequences of the crimes connected to the investigation. After a 6-day trial, he was found guilty and became the first person convicted based on DNA evidence in the United States. Spencer received multiple life sentences for the crimes linked to the investigation. The case also returned to the question of Carolyn Hamm's murder and the wrongful conviction of David Vasquez. Vasquez became a suspect after Carolyn reported him peeping on her. Investigators obtained a false confession by revealing details of the crime to Vasquez, who repeated those details back to them. Later, DNA evidence showed that Vasquez was not responsible for Carolyn Hamm's murder and led to his release. Vasquez became the first person in the United States to be exonerated because of DNA evidence. The investigation ultimately ended with the execution of Timothy Wilson Spencer on the 27th of April 1994 at Greensville Correctional Center in Virginia. Spencer was strapped into the electric chair, bringing an end to the crime spree described throughout the investigation. The legal outcome marked the final chapter in the case that connected the victims, investigations, and evidence that led authorities to Spencer. The execution concluded the pursuit of justice, following years of investigation into the crimes committed across Richmond and Arlington. The resolution followed the trial, conviction, DNA evidence, and exoneration process that changed the understanding of the investigation and confirmed the connections between Spencer and the related crimes. Kathy Odom was known as Kathy by her family and friends. Before the events that would later change her family forever, Kathy built her life around those closest to her. She met Mike Odom when they were both 16 years old and attending high school. The two began dating and eventually decided they wanted to marry. Before they could begin their marriage, Mike was arrested for selling heroin to an undercover officer. He received a 6-year sentence for the crime, but served only 2 years. During that time, Kathy told her family that she was determined to marry Mike once he was released. After Mike's release, Kathy and Mike married and started a family together. They later had 2 children, Tasha and Sean, and lived in Harris County, Texas. Kathy worked to make their marriage succeed and was described by those close to her as a loving mother who cared deeply for her children. Kathy's father, Frankie Martin, helped support the family by giving Mike a job at his sign business. Kathy was committed to her family and was remembered as someone who would have done anything for her children. This period of Kathy's life established the family and relationships that existed before the events of the 3rd of March, 1987. Dedication to her children and family remained central to how those who knew her described her. On the night of the 3rd of March, 1987, Mike Odom attempted to contact Kathy while he was away working out of town. Kathy was expected to be home with their children, so it was alarming when she did not answer the phone. Concerned about the situation, Mike called their next-door neighbor and asked him to check on Kathy and the children. The neighbor went to the Odom home and knocked on the door, but there was no response. He looked through the windows and saw that the television was still on inside the house. Instead of immediately calling police, the neighbor drove into town, found a police officer, and returned with him to the residence. When they arrived, the officer found that the front door was unlocked. Inside the living room, 4-year-old Tasha was found on the sofa. She had been badly beaten and was unconscious, but she was still alive. 2-month-old Sean was discovered unharmed in his bedroom. In Kathy and Mike's bedroom, officers found Kathy's battered body. She had been severely beaten, stabbed more than 16 times, strangled, assaulted, and her wrists were bound with the cord from a lamp. The condition of the scene showed investigators that Kathy had suffered a violent attack. Both children were taken to the hospital following the discovery at the home. Officers feared that the person responsible for the attack could return and harm Tasha further. Medical care was provided as doctors worked to save the children's lives. The investigation began with the discovery of the attack and the immediate efforts to protect the surviving children after they were found inside the Odom residence on that night. Frankie Martin arrived at the crime scene after learning that something had happened at his daughter Kathy's home. Investigators directed him to go to the hospital and be with his grandchildren. While there, Frankie learned what happened to Kathy through a television report. Back at the Odom residence, Mike Odom eventually arrived, and investigators immediately paid close attention to his appearance and actions. Officers noticed red stains on Mike's shirt that appeared to look like blood. A search of the home also revealed blood in the bathroom, causing investigators to believe that someone may have attempted to clean up before leaving. Police found no signs of forced entry into the house. All doors were locked except the front door, which suggested that Kathy may have known the person responsible for the attack. Investigators also noted that Kathy's clothes were found neatly folded on the floor. The number of stab wounds led them to believe the crime was personal. They theorized that Tasha may have been attacked as a way to force Kathy to cooperate with the perpetrator. Investigators examined Mike's timeline and discovered that he did not return directly home from work as he had claimed. Instead, he had gone out with friends. Police also investigated Mike's friend Tim Robinson after finding unusual stains in his vehicle. Forensic testing showed the stains in Tim's car were motor oil and the stains on Mike's shirt were paint. Coworkers provided alibis for both men, and both passed polygraph tests, ruling them out. Investigators moved their attention to Greg Marquardt, who was married to Kathy's sister, Shelley Martin. Greg and Mike Odom had been close during their involvement in the drug scene, a connection that brought Greg into the investigation. Shelley was 16 when she met Greg, who was 25 at the time, and they married in 1983. Unlike Kathy and Mike, who had changed their lives, Greg and Shelley continued struggling with addiction and criminal activity. They were frequently in and out of jail and had previously stolen from Shelley's parents for money. Kathy also told a friend that Greg had made unwanted advances toward her during a visit, which became part of the investigation. Investigators found evidence connecting Greg to the crime scene, including his fingerprints and hair throughout the house. However, they recognized this was not conclusive because Greg was a family member who had visited many times. Kathy's parents suspected Greg, and Frankie became suspicious when Shelley and Greg attempted to visit Tasha at the hospital in the middle of the night. When Tasha saw Greg at the hospital, she became frightened. However, investigators could not confirm whether Greg was the person she had seen inside the house because her injuries affected her memory. Greg told investigators about his attraction to Kathy, particularly his fixation on her stomach. This fixation was so noticeable that Kathy had mentioned his behavior to friends. Investigators considered these statements while examining Greg's possible involvement in the attack. The information about his interest in Kathy's stomach became another detail reviewed during the investigation, as authorities continued searching for answers about the events that led to Kathy's death and attack. After the case went cold, Kathy's murder remained unresolved until advances in forensic technology allowed investigators to reopen the investigation. In 1998, a cold case team was formed and began reviewing the evidence connected to Kathy's death. By that time, DNA testing had become reliable enough to create a DNA profile from biological evidence collected in the case. Testing showed that Greg Marquardt was among the small percentage of people who could have been the source of the biological evidence. While this result was not enough by itself to prove guilt, it represented a significant development compared to earlier blood type testing. Previous serology testing only showed that Greg's blood type was consistent with the perpetrators, but approximately half of the population shared that same blood type, making the result inconclusive. Greg provided investigators with an explanation that he and Kathy had been having a consensual affair. He claimed that he had been with her on the morning of her death, but said she was alive when he left. Investigators did not arrest him at that time because they believed stronger evidence was needed to prove he was present when the crime occurred. The investigation later included forensic specialist Catherine Long and her work at Cellmark. She and investigators examined whether skin cells could transfer during strangulation. investigators decided to examine the electrical cord used to bind Kathy because it may have contained evidence from the attacker. The cord had been preserved in a paper bag, which helped preserve DNA evidence. This preservation allowed investigators to continue examining the item for possible genetic material that could help identify the person responsible for Kathy's attack and death. Investigators finally obtained the evidence needed to arrest Greg Marquardt when testing of the electrical cord revealed two genetic profiles, Kathy Odom's and Greg Marquardt's. Investigators determined that Greg's DNA could only have been present on the cord if he was the perpetrator. On the 18th of December, 2002, Greg was arrested and charged with Kathy's murder. While incarcerated, Greg confessed details of the crime to a fellow inmate. According to the information provided, Greg said he was high on heroin when he drove to Kathy's house. He described entering the home and making advances toward Kathy, which she rejected. He admitted striking Tasha repeatedly in the head and threatening Sean's life to force Kathy to comply. Greg said he used a kitchen knife, cut the electrical cord from a lamp, bound Kathy's hands, assaulted her, killed her, cleaned up in the bathroom, and changed into Mike Odom's clothing. 6 months after his arrest, Greg inherited money and part ownership of a home after his aunt's death. The Martins filed a lawsuit that prevented him from using those funds for his defense. In 2004, Greg pleaded guilty and was convicted of all charges against him. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison and died in 2008 from liver disease after serving 4 years. Shelley continued supporting Greg for some time and believed in his innocence. The Martins later moved to Oklahoma. Frankie Martin said losing Kathy remained difficult and that he would always remember her. He always remembered her love deeply. At the Inco gas station in Winnebago, Wisconsin, along Highway 41, about 60 miles southwest of Green Bay, Wayne Pratt faced the tragic events that would change the course of his life on June 12. 1963. Wayne was known as a kind-hearted man who was deeply loved by those around him, especially his wife Marie Pratt, to whom he was a devoted and caring husband. The evening began as an ordinary one, with Wayne at home relaxing and watching television before an unexpected sound interrupted the quiet routine. Around 8:40 p.m., a car pulled up to the gas station, drawing Wayne away from his evening and toward the station to see if the driver needed gas or assistance. Diligent and always ready to help, Wayne had no reason to believe that the encounter would become dangerous or that it would lead to a devastating outcome. As time passed and Wayne did not return home, Marie became increasingly concerned. The minutes continued to pass, and her worry grew as she felt that something was wrong. Marie eventually decided to go to the gas station herself in hopes of finding Wayne there with a late customer or working at the station. When she arrived, Marie found the usually active location unusually quiet. She entered the building and discovered Wayne's lifeless body in the back room, covered by a blanket. The shocking discovery revealed the tragedy that had occurred. Overcome with grief and disbelief, Marie immediately called police and reported the discovery, beginning the investigation into Wayne Pratt's death, and the search continued. After Marie Pratt reported the discovery of her husband's body, authorities arrived at the Inco gas station and began examining the circumstances surrounding Wayne Pratt's death. They listened as Marie explained how she had found Wayne in the back room of the building, leading investigators into the early stages of the investigation. The details of the attack soon revealed the extreme violence Wayne had suffered. Investigators discovered that Wayne had been stabbed 53 times, a shocking act that showed the severity of the crime and deeply affected those working to understand what had happened. The number of wounds indicated a possible level of rage and personal animosity, making the attack even more difficult for investigators to comprehend. Yet, despite the brutality of the crime, evidence was discovered that offered a possible path toward identifying the person responsible. Blood found at the scene did not belong to Wayne, suggesting that the attacker may also have been injured during the struggle. This evidence provided investigators with an important clue because it showed that the person responsible had left behind biological material that could potentially reveal their identity. However, investigators still face significant challenges despite this discovery. The available information did not explain exactly how the events unfolded that night or what occurred inside the gas station. The evidence created hope, but it could not immediately provide the answers needed to solve the case. The investigation continued as authorities worked to uncover more information, but the unanswered questions remained unresolved. The promising clue was not enough to identify the attacker at that time, and the search for answers would continue for many years. After the initial investigation into Wayne Pratt's death, authorities were unable to uncover additional details, explaining exactly what had happened inside the Inco gas station or identify the person responsible for the attack. Investigators continued pursuing available leads, but each effort ended without the evidence needed to make an arrest. As weeks became months and months became years, the search for answers grew increasingly difficult, leaving the case without meaningful progress despite continued investigative work. Gradually, the investigation shifted from an active effort into a cold case. The intense attention surrounding Wayne's death slowly faded as no significant breakthroughs emerged and no new evidence came forward to move the investigation ahead. By the late 1960s, the case had largely stalled. Limited resources, combined with the absence of fresh information, left law enforcement with little choice but to reduce their investigative efforts. Although the case remained open, it no longer advanced at the pace seen during the early stages following the crime. The absence of answers continued to affect Wayne's family and the Winnebago community, who remained without a clear understanding of what had happened on the night of the 12th of June, 1963. Decades passed without a resolution, and the investigation remained an enduring mystery. Nearly 5 decades after Wayne's death, the evidence collected during the original investigation still existed, even though earlier investigative methods had been unable to produce a definitive result. As forensic science continued to advance over the years, those preserved materials gained renewed importance. Improvements in DNA technology would eventually provide investigators with an opportunity to re-examine the evidence using techniques unavailable during the original investigation, offering a new chance to pursue answers that had remained beyond reach for decades. In 2011, nearly 5 decades after Wayne Pratt's death, investigators reopened the case with renewed determination to examine the evidence using advancements in forensic science that had not been available during the original investigation. Their objective was to determine whether modern DNA technology could uncover information capable of identifying the person responsible for the crime. Evidence collected years earlier was carefully reviewed, offering investigators another opportunity to pursue answers that had remained out of reach for decades. Particular attention centered on the blanket that had been found covering Wayne's body. Investigators believed it might contain genetic material left behind during the attack, making it one of the most significant pieces of evidence preserved from the original investigation. By 2015, Sorensen Forensics examined the blanket and identified DNA mixtures within the evidence. This discovery renewed optimism because it demonstrated that valuable genetic information was present and could potentially assist the investigation if it could be properly analyzed. Despite that encouraging development, investigators encountered another major obstacle. The DNA samples contain multiple genetic profiles, making them too complex to isolate into a single, clear profile suitable for comparison through national DNA databases. Without a complete profile, authorities could not identify a matching individual, and the investigation again reached a frustrating standstill. Even with those limitations, investigators continued searching for answers rather than abandoning the case. The DNA evidence remained central to their efforts because they recognized that forensic science continued advancing. They understood that future improvements in analytical technology might eventually allow specialists to interpret the complicated DNA mixtures in ways previously impossible. Although immediate results remained unavailable, the preserved evidence continued offering hope that scientific progress could one day provide the breakthrough needed to move the investigation forward. In 2018, the investigation took another significant step when a warrant was issued for the arrest of William Dockstader, an 82-year-old man from Bowler, Wisconsin. Although this development marked important progress, Dockstader had not suddenly emerged as a suspect. Investigators had first identified him in the days following Wayne Pratt's death in 1963, placing his name within the investigation from its earliest stages. Over the decades, information concerning Dockstader continued resurfacing. Tips regarding his possible involvement appeared again in 1968 and later in 2022. Keeping him connected to the case despite the absence of conclusive proof. These recurring reports ensured that investigators never completely dismissed his potential involvement, even though the evidence available during those years remained insufficient to establish responsibility for Wayne Pratt's death. Throughout the investigation, authorities continued searching for evidence capable of definitively linking Dockstader to the crime. His repeated appearance within investigative records demonstrated that his name had remained relevant, but investigators required stronger scientific evidence before reaching any final conclusion. The case could not be resolved through suspicion alone, making forensic confirmation essential before determining whether he could be identified as the person responsible. More than half a century had passed since Wayne Pratt was killed, yet the investigation remained unresolved. During that time, forensic science continued advancing, providing investigators with increasingly sophisticated methods for examining preserved evidence. Those technological developments created the possibility that previously unresolved DNA evidence could finally be analyzed more effectively. As modern forensic techniques improved, investigators moved closer to determining whether William Dockstader could be conclusively connected to Wayne Pratt's death through scientific analysis alone. In 2023, investigators achieved the scientific breakthrough that finally moved Wayne Pratt's case toward resolution. Sorensen Forensics re-examined the preserved DNA evidence using updated technology, while cybergenetics applied true allele data analysis to evaluate the complex DNA mixtures recovered from the evidence. Together, these advanced forensic methods succeeded where earlier examinations had fallen short, providing investigators with the scientific results they had been pursuing for more than 6 decades. On the 16th of July 2024, the analysis revealed that William Dockstader's DNA was statistically identical to the DNA identified on the blanket that had covered Wayne Pratt's body. That finding established the long-awaited connection between Dockstader and the crime scene evidence. After more than 61 years without definitive answers, the results provided Wayne's family and the Winnebago community with the conclusion they had sought throughout the investigation. William Dockstader had died in 2022 at the age of 82. Meaning he was no longer alive to face criminal charges. Following the DNA findings, the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office officially closed the cold case. The Winnebago County District Attorney's Office reviewed the available evidence and confirmed that had Dockstader been alive, there would have been sufficient grounds to charge him with the slaying. The conclusion of the investigation brought a measure of closure to a mystery that had remained unresolved for decades. Although the scientific evidence finally answered the central questions surrounding Wayne Pratt's death, it could not undo the loss experienced by those who knew him. Wayne Pratt's death remained a lasting tragedy, while the completed investigation ensured that the case would finally be remembered with a documented resolution. Danielle Hinn's story began with her birth in 1981 to her mother, Cheryl Hinds. From a young age, Danielle was affectionately known as Danny, a name that reflected the closeness and affection surrounding her within her family. She was deeply loved by her mother, and the bond between them was described as unbreakable. Danny held an important place in her family's life, and before the tragedy that followed, she was a daughter who brought love and meaning to those closest to her. On the 21st of September 1996, one 5-year-old, Danielle left her home in Belgrade, Montana, planning to spend the day fishing at Cambridge Fishing Access. The location was a popular spot that Danielle often visited, and the outing was intended to be a peaceful and solitary escape by the water. It appeared to be an ordinary day and another quiet visit to a place she knew well. However, Danielle did not return home later that day, changing what had started as a routine fishing trip into the beginning of a missing person investigation. Concern grew as hours passed, and search efforts began after her absence was noticed. Searchers eventually discovered Danielle's truck near the fishing access. The vehicle was left unlocked, with no immediate signs of a struggle, but Danielle herself was nowhere to be found. The discovery of the empty vehicle became the first major indication that something was wrong, as investigators began working to understand what had happened and locate Danielle while the search for answers moved forward immediately. After Danielle Hinn failed to return home on the 21st of September 1996, the search for the missing teenager intensified. Hours passed as concern for her safety continued to grow, and efforts focused on finding her and understanding what had happened during her fishing trip. The discovery of Danielle's truck near Cambridge Fishing Access had already raised serious concerns, but the search continued as investigators and others looked for answers. Several hours later, Danielle's lifeless body was found face down in shallow water, not far from where her truck had been discovered. The condition of the scene revealed evidence of assault, confirming that Danielle's death was the result of a violent act. The discovery transformed the missing person investigation into a homicide investigation as authorities worked to determine the circumstances surrounding her death. Based on the evidence gathered, investigators concluded that Danielle's attacker forced her head down into marshy ground and held her there until she suffocated. The information from the investigation revealed the tragic circumstances of Danielle's final moments, showing that her death involved a deliberate act of violence. Following the discovery of Danielle's body, investigators faced a central question that would remain unanswered for nearly 28 years. Who was responsible for taking Danielle Hin's life? Despite efforts to identify the person responsible, the case remained unresolved. Danielle's family and investigators were left waiting for a breakthrough that could finally provide answers. The search for justice continued through decades of uncertainty, as the case remained an open and painful chapter for those seeking resolution. The investigation would continue despite the passage of time, with the hope that new information could eventually reveal the truth behind Danielle's death and identify the person responsible for the crime that had taken her life. The family and investigators continued seeking answers while waiting for long-awaited justice. For nearly 28 years, the question of who took Danielle Hin's life remained unanswered. After the investigation became a cold case, the sheriff's office continued pursuing the possibility that new information could emerge and provide answers in Danielle's death. The passage of time did not end the search for justice, as investigators continued looking for opportunities to revisit the evidence and identify the person responsible. In 2019, the investigation was reopened, as authorities hoped advances in forensic science could offer new possibilities. The decision represented a renewed effort to examine preserved evidence from Danielle's case and bring answers to a mystery that had remained unresolved for decades. Investigators returned to the available evidence with the goal of using modern methods to uncover information that had not previously been available. The preserved evidence was sent to a state-of-the-art forensic laboratory in California, where it underwent careful analysis. Investigators examined the DNA evidence and compared the profile against the FBI's CODIS database, hoping it would produce a match that could identify a person connected to the crime. However, the CODIS comparison did not result in a match. Although the outcome was disappointing, investigators did not stop their efforts. They continued searching for another method that could help identify the individual connected to the evidence. Their persistence in pursuing new investigative tools kept Danielle's case active and moved the search closer toward a possible breakthrough. Investigation remained focused on finding answers, as law enforcement continued exploring every available path to solve Danielle's case. After the DNA evidence did not produce a match through CODIS, investigators turned to genetic genealogy as a new approach in the search for answers in Danielle Hin's case. With a court order, they accessed extensive DNA databases, hoping to find a connection that traditional methods had not revealed. This process created a new opportunity to examine the evidence and potentially identify the person connected to Danielle's death. The genetic genealogy approach resulted in a DNA match that led investigators to Paul Hutchinson, a five-year-old man living in Dillon, Montana. The discovery marked the breakthrough investigators had been searching for after decades without an identified suspect. It provided a significant development in a case that had remained unresolved for nearly 28 years. In July 2024, investigators went to Hutchinson's home and approached him about Danielle's case. During the interaction, investigators observed behavior they described as tense, nervous, and erratic. The encounter became part of the investigation, as this is a cabinet examining the information connected to the case without adding conclusions beyond what was observed. Just hours after the interview, on the 9th of August 2024, Hutchinson took his own life, ending the possibility of a full confession from him. Although his death meant he would not provide a confession or face trial, investigators continued examining the evidence. The breakthrough was not considered complete until forensic analysts confirmed that the DNA evidence from Danielle's case matched Hutchinson. This confirmation established the long-awaited connection between Hutchinson and the evidence from Danielle's case. Investigators had finally confirmed the DNA result after years of searching for answers. The confirmation brought the investigation closer to resolution, while still leaving the unanswered questions surrounding the case and the absence of a trial. The evidence provided the final step needed to identify Hutchinson as the person connected to Danielle's death. For nearly 28 years of uncertainty, investigators finally received confirmation that the DNA evidence from Danielle Hin's case was an undeniable match to Paul Hutchinson. After decades of questions, the person connected to Danielle's death had been identified through forensic analysis. The confirmation marked a significant moment in the investigation, providing answers after a long search for the truth. The resolution brought mixed emotions for Danielle's family. While the identification of Hutchinson provided a sense of closure, it also came with sorrow because he died before facing a jury or answering questions in court. Danielle's younger sister, Stephanie Mollet, stated that she had no doubt Hutchinson was responsible for the violent assault against her sister. Her words reflected the family's long wait for justice and the pain caused by the years without answers. Stephanie's statement explained that 28 years was far too long for the family to wait, and that she had fought for justice for her 5-year-old sister, Danielle. She also shared that Danielle's story should make people think about the mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters in their lives, and consider what they would do to protect and honor the women they love. The case resolution finally brought answers that Danielle's family had waited for after nearly 3 decades of uncertainty. However, the confirmation did not erase the loss or the pain that remained after years of waiting for justice. The discovery provided clarity about the person connected to Danielle's death, but the emotional impact of the tragedy continued for those who loved her. The family could finally understand the outcome of the investigation while still carrying the grief created by Danielle's loss. The case resolution represented a long-awaited answer after decades of searching, but it also showed the lasting effects of the crime and the years spent waiting. Following the identification of Paul Hutchinson, attention turned to the aftermath of the investigation and the people affected by the revelation. Hutchinson was married, worked for the Bureau of Land Management for 22 years, had 2 children, including a daughter around the age of 20 and a younger son. He was also a graduate student at Montana State and had only been in the area for a short period at the time Danielle was killed. Hutchinson's wife, Chrissy, expressed heartbreak after learning the news and offered sympathy to Danielle Hinn's family. She explained that their family was already grieving Hutchinson's death and that this discovery made their grief more complicated. Chrissy stated that during their 4-year marriage, there had never been any indication that something like this could have been happening. Following the DNA confirmation, the investigation into Danielle's case is closed. However, law enforcement continues examining Hutchinson's life and possible connections to other cold cases. Danielle's story remains a reminder of the lasting impact of her case and the answers finally provided to her family after decades of uncertainty. Investigators continue efforts to understand whether Hutchinson may have been connected to other unresolved investigations as they examine the evidence. In October 1987, a discovery behind a business on the 5,400 block of La Sierra Avenue in Riverside, California, began an investigation that would remain unresolved for more than 3 decades. A man searching through a dumpster for recyclable materials found the lifeless body of a newborn baby girl hidden among the trash. The discovery was immediately reported, bringing authorities into a case centered on an unidentified infant whose identity and circumstances surrounding her death were unknown. The Riverside County Coroner's Office conducted a thorough examination of the newborn and determined that the baby's life had been taken. Following the examination, the Riverside Police Department began investigating the circumstances surrounding the infant's death. Detectives worked to understand what had happened and attempted to uncover information that could identify the baby or anyone connected to the crime. At the time, the newborn remained unidentified, and the details surrounding her life before the discovery were unclear. The investigation focused on the facts available: a newborn baby girl found deceased, a location connected to the discovery, and a search for answers that began in 1987. Authorities worked to gather information and pursue leads, but the case would eventually become unresolved as the years passed. The circumstances surrounding the baby's birth and the events before her discovery remained unknown. The case began with a tragic finding: an unidentified victim, and an investigation that would continue for decades as investigators sought to determine what happened and who was responsible. Search for answers would later continue through renewed investigative efforts, but the initial case remained unsolved. After the discovery of the newborn baby girl, detectives with the Riverside Police Department began investigating the circumstances surrounding the crime. Investigators followed available leads, interviewed potential witnesses, and searched for evidence connected to the infant's death. Despite these efforts, authorities were unable to identify the baby's mother or determine who was responsible for taking the newborn's life. The investigation continued as detectives worked to uncover information that could explain what had happened. However, the lack of information about the baby's identity and the person or people involved prevented authorities from reaching a conclusion. As time passed, the case remained unresolved and eventually became a cold case, meaning the crime remained unsolved despite the investigative efforts that had already taken place. Many questions remained unanswered, including the identity of the baby's mother. The pregnancy itself was described as a momentous event that should have been marked by joy, but the circumstances surrounding it remained unclear. It was unknown whether the pregnancy resulted from a relationship or whether other factors were involved. These unanswered questions added to the uncertainty surrounding the case and the search for answers. The investigation did not provide information about what occurred during the pregnancy or before the discovery. Instead, authorities were left with the known facts: A deceased newborn baby girl was found, and investigators had attempted to identify those connected to her death. The case remained inactive for many years as unanswered questions continued to surround the circumstances of the crime. The unresolved investigation reflected the difficulty of finding answers without the missing information needed. In 2020, the Riverside Police Department's Cold Case Unit made the decision to revisit the investigation into the unidentified newborn baby girl, whose case had remained unresolved for more than 3 decades. Detectives renewed their efforts to identify the infant and determine who was connected to the crime. The renewed investigation brought together the Riverside Police Department's Cold Case Unit, the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team, and the nonprofit organization Season of Justice. This collaboration focused on using new forensic technology, particularly advanced DNA analysis, in hopes of identifying the mother of the deceased infant. After years without a resolution, the case moved from an unsolved investigation into a renewed search for answers. Investigators continued working toward identifying the baby and bringing progress to a case that had remained open for over 30 years. Modern forensic methods provided a new opportunity to examine evidence that had remained unresolved and offered a path toward identifying the person connected to the case. The focus remained on the partnership between law enforcement and Season of Justice, as authorities sought answers through advanced DNA analysis. The technology became a key step toward identifying the baby's mother after decades of uncertainty. Investigators were driven by the goal of resolving questions surrounding the unidentified infant and uncovering information that had remained unknown for many years. The renewed efforts represented a significant development in a case that had remained unsolved since 1987. While avoiding speculation about events not established by investigators, the collaboration centered only on the available facts and the continued search for long-awaited answers. In 2020, investigators reached a major breakthrough in the renewed investigation into the unidentified newborn baby girl. After years of uncertainty, DNA evidence was used to help identify the mother of the deceased infant as Melissa Jean Allen Avila. For the first time since the discovery in 1987, authorities had a name connected to the case. The identification of Avila represented a significant development after the investigation had remained unresolved for more than 3 decades. However, discovering her identity did not immediately bring the case to an end. Authorities still needed to locate Avila and continue the legal process connected to the crime. The breakthrough came after forensic advances provided investigators with new information that had not been available during the original investigation. DNA analysis became the key step that allowed authorities to identify the baby's mother after years of unanswered questions. The case moved forward as investigators continued pursuing the information needed to address the unresolved crime. This development focused only on the role of DNA evidence and the identification made through the renewed investigation. No details were provided about Avila's personal life, motivations, or circumstances surrounding the pregnancy. The facts established were that DNA evidence produced a name and that authorities identified Melissa Jean Allen Avila as the mother of the deceased infant. After more than 30 years, the investigation had reached a new stage as authorities continued working toward the next steps in the legal process. The investigation continued as authorities worked to move the case forward while relying on the evidence obtained through the advanced analysis. After investigators identified Melissa Jean Allen Avila through DNA evidence, authorities began the effort to locate her. The investigation had established her identity, but the case could not move forward until she was found. Avila had moved across the country after the events of 1987, creating the need for authorities to continue searching for her location. The search came to an end on the 7th of August, 2024, when Avila was apprehended. At the time of her arrest, she was a 5-year-old resident of Shelby, North Carolina. Her apprehension was the result of coordinated efforts between the U.S. Marshals Pacific Southwest Regional Fugitive Task Force and the U.S. Marshals Carolinas Regional Fugitive Task Force. Following her arrest, Avila was extradited back to Riverside County, California, the location connected to the events of 1987. Her return marked another major step in a case that had remained unresolved for decades before an arrest was made. The focus of this stage of the investigation remained on the timeline established by authorities: identification through DNA evidence, the search for Avila, her arrest, and her extradition back to Riverside County. The investigation moved into the legal system after more than 30 years without an arrest. No additional details about the arrest process or Avila's actions before, during, or after the crime were provided. The known facts centered on authorities locating the identified person connected to the case and continuing the legal process after the long, unresolved investigation. This development represented the continuation of efforts to address the case through the information obtained during the renewed investigation process. After being extradited to Riverside County, Melissa Jean Allen Avila faced charges connected to the death of her newborn baby girl. She was booked into the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility, marking a major change from the years she had spent outside the reach of investigators. Bail was set at $1.1 million, reflecting the seriousness of the charges against her. The court would hear the evidence connecting Avila to the killing, with DNA analysis expected to play a central role in the prosecution's case. The investigation began with the discovery of the newborn in 1987, followed by decades of uncertainty before advanced DNA analysis provided new information that helped authorities identify the person connected to the crime. The case remained unresolved for more than 30 years before forensic technology helped move the investigation forward. Following the arrest in 2024, the case entered the legal process as authorities continued pursuing the evidence connected to the charges against Avila. DNA analysis remained a key part of the prosecution's efforts as the court prepared to hear the evidence. The case journeyed from the discovery of the newborn baby girl through years of unanswered questions to the use of advanced DNA analysis and the arrest of Avila after more than 3 decades. The investigation reached a new stage while awaiting the legal proceedings that would determine the next developments in the case. The final stage of the investigation focused on presenting evidence in court, while DNA analysis continued to remain central throughout proceedings. On the 29th of April, 1999, a discovery in a wooded area along Avon Avenue near Hartford Avenue began the criminal investigation into the disappearance of Melissa Patton. Inside a garbage bag discarded in a dumpster, investigators found the severed and bleached head of a woman. The discovery marked the beginning of an investigation that would later identify the remains as belonging to Melissa. On the 3rd of June, 1999, additional dismembered remains belonging to the same woman were found in black trash bags discarded in another dumpster. The torso was still missing. Investigators examined the condition of the remains and determined that the dismemberment appeared to have been carried out with a saw. The method suggested a deliberate and methodical attempt to dispose of the body. The locations where the remains were discovered became significant because they were located close to a glass company where Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, had worked during the late 1990s. This connection became an important part of the early investigation as authorities examined the circumstances surrounding Melissa's death. Investigators also considered Christopher's history with the company. He had been dismissed after being suspected of stealing a reciprocating saw, a tool investigators believe could have been used in the dismemberment. The evidence created a focus on Christopher while investigators continued examining the facts of the case. At this stage, authorities had not reached any final conclusions and continued reviewing the available information carefully while seeking to understand the events that led to the discovery of Melissa's remains and crime. Melissa Patton was born on the 9th of September 1977 to Carl and Norma Patton. She grew up just outside Atlanta, Georgia, where she shared a close bond with her older sister Tina. Those who knew Melissa remembered her as someone with an infectious personality. She was often described by her loved ones as bubbly, kind, and trusting, qualities that shaped how her family viewed her. After high school, Melissa married her longtime boyfriend, Christopher Wolfenbarger. The couple relocated to another part of Atlanta, where they began their life together. Their marriage included 2 children, a son named Joey and a daughter named Chrissy. Melissa embraced her role as a wife and mother with joy and dedication, focusing on her family and the life they had built together. The last known contact Melissa's parents had with her occurred on Thanksgiving Day in 1998. During a phone call from Christopher's grandparents' home, Melissa spoke with her family and discussed plans for Christmas. The conversation gave her parents the impression that everything was normal. That sense of normalcy changed when Melissa failed to appear during the holiday season and later missed her mother's birthday in February 1999. Concerned by her absence, Norma Patton decided to travel to Melissa's home to find out what had happened. When she arrived, neighbors provided disturbing information. They explained that Christopher and Melissa had mysteriously moved away shortly after Christmas, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. The unexpected disappearance raised questions for Melissa's family and marked the beginning of their search for answers. Her family continued seeking answers afterward. Christopher Wolfenbarger became the central focus of suspicion following Melissa Patton's disappearance because of several circumstances surrounding her absence. Christopher never filed a missing person report for Melissa and did not inform her family that she was gone. His lack of communication became a major concern for Melissa's loved ones, especially because he had a documented history of domestic violence against her. Christopher's silence increased the fears of the Patton family. Norma Patton's discovery that Christopher and Melissa had moved away shortly after Christmas without explanation created additional questions. The absence of information about their whereabouts, combined with Christopher's failure to seek help or contact Melissa's family, left relatives searching for answers about what had happened to her. As investigators examined the circumstances, they considered Christopher's history and connections to the case. The locations where Melissa's remains were discovered were close to the glass company where Christopher had worked during the late 1990s. Investigators viewed this connection as significant. The fact that Christopher had been dismissed from the company after being suspected of stealing a reciprocating saw became another detail examined during the investigation, because a saw appeared to have been used in the dismemberment of Melissa's body. Although suspicion developed around Christopher, investigators had not yet gathered enough concrete evidence to formally charge him. The careful dismemberment and bleaching of the head indicated a perpetrator who had access to the necessary tools and knowledge. However, identifying the remains and building a complete case against Christopher would require years of investigation before authorities could move forward. Investigation continued as authorities worked to uncover additional evidence surrounding Melissa's disappearance and death. In 2003, a major breakthrough emerged in the investigation into Melissa Patton's disappearance when authorities successfully identified the dismembered remains as hers through advanced DNA testing. The identification was made possible through a DNA sample from Melissa's father, Carl Patton, who had recently been arrested for a series of unrelated crimes. For Melissa's family, the DNA results provided confirmation of what had happened to her after years of uncertainty. However, the investigation also uncovered a disturbing part of Carl's own history. Between 1973 and 1977, Carl was responsible for the killings of 5 individuals across Georgia, including 3 victims connected to the infamous Flint River slayings. Those cases had remained unsolved for years until DNA evidence linked Carl to them. As authorities continued their investigation, Carl pleaded guilty to 4 of the cases in March 2003 and the 5th case in May 2003. His confessions resulted in a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. The discovery of Carl's crimes initially led investigators to consider whether he could have been involved in Melissa's disappearance and murder. However, further scrutiny established that Carl had been incarcerated well before Melissa vanished, eliminating him as a suspect in her case. While this development cleared Carl of involvement in Melissa's death, it brought a new source of anguish for the Patton family. Melissa's remains had been identified, but the person responsible for her disappearance and killing remained unidentified. Investigators continued searching for answers as the case remained unresolved, and the focus eventually returned to the unanswered questions surrounding Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa's final days before authorities could identify the person believed responsible later. In 2024, investigators reopened the examination of Melissa Patton's case after Carl Patton had been eliminated as a suspect. Attention returned to Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's estranged husband, who had remained the primary focus of suspicion since the early stages of the investigation. Law enforcement reviewed the evidence again, using fresh investigative methods and new forensic techniques. These developments eventually pointed toward Christopher as the prime suspect in Melissa's killing. Although concerns about Christopher had existed for years, authorities had previously struggled to gather enough concrete evidence to bring formal charges against him. The renewed investigation marked a significant change in the case. After decades without an arrest, investigators were able to move forward based on the information and evidence gathered through their updated examination. Christopher was arrested in August 2024 at his home in Griffin, Georgia. During the arrest, officers found him attempting to evade capture by hiding behind a dryer inside the residence. His arrest became a major moment in the long effort to seek justice for Melissa. On the 6th of August 2024, Christopher was formally charged with taking Melissa's life. At a press conference, Detective Shepard, who had taken over the case several years earlier, explained that Christopher had been considered a person of interest from the beginning, and that probable cause allowed authorities to make the arrest. When asked about the evidence connecting Christopher to the crime, Detective Shepard declined to provide specific details. He stated that protecting the integrity of the case moving forward was important as the legal process continued. The arrest brought a significant development in the investigation, while authorities continued working to present the case and preserve the details surrounding Melissa's death for court. After Christopher Wolfenbarger's arrest, Melissa Patton's family experienced a bittersweet sense of vindication. The man they had long suspected was finally in custody, but the development also forced them to revisit the trauma of losing Melissa and the years of uncertainty surrounding her death. Norma Patton said the family had finally reached the moment where Christopher was in custody, but there was still one final hurdle: securing a conviction. She expressed that Christopher was the only person who truly knew what happened to Melissa. The unanswered questions about why he committed the crime remained a source of pain for the family. Norma also shared the final words she had for her daughter Melissa. She said she loved her and that Melissa knew where she was if she ever needed her. Melissa's sister Tina stated that the family believed Christopher was responsible from the beginning. She said there was never any doubt in their minds about who had done this. Tina also expressed that Melissa did not deserve what happened to her. The family's message extended to others experiencing domestic violence. Tina hoped that anyone in a similar situation would leave and seek safety. Their words reflected their desire to prevent others from experiencing the suffering Melissa endured and find protection.